Schlag auf den Spiegel ein, ich werd verrückt, weil ich hoffe, mir bringen die Scherben Glück. Dachte, es wär lieber auf den ersten Stich, doch du hast nur mein Herz gefickt. Unser Sex war perfekt, denke ständig daran. Keine andere hätte ich jemals so auf Händen getragen. Jetzt bist du weg, wann vergess ich denn endlich was war? Krieg dich vielleicht aus meinem Kopf, doch nicht das Tattoo-Format.
Ich hab ein Tattoo, das tut weh, weil dein Name da drauf steht. Hab ein Tattoo, das muss weg, kein Plan, womit ich's überstech. Rote Rosen sicher nicht, die erinnern mich an dich. Hab ein Tattoo mit deinem Namen und wir kennen uns erst seit gestern Abend. Hab ein Tattoo, das tut weh, weil dein Name da drauf steht. Hab ein Tattoo, das muss weg, kein Plan, womit ich's überstech. Rote Rosen sicher nicht, die erinnern mich an dich. Hab ein Tattoo mit deinem Namen und wir kennen uns erst seit gestern Abend.
Dachte, es wär lieber auf den ersten Stich, doch du hast nur mein Herz gefickt. Dachte, es wär lieber auf den ersten Stich, doch du hast nur mein Herz gefickt.
Mit deinem Namen. Ich hab ein Tattoo, das tut weh, weil dein Name da drauf steht. Hab ein Tattoo, das
Nothing left to say. My world ended when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Nothing left to say. My world ended when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Nothing left to say. My world ended when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Nothing left to say. My world ended when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out.
this low energy I'm seeing in the chat? Are you ready for war? Is this a chat that's ready for war? Are these gorillas ready for war? Are you gonna go to war with such low energy, huh? Are you gonna march millions and millions of miles and triumph over the enemy with this low energy, huh? I'll tell you how you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it with me, your Khan, your leader, ripping you back into fucking shape, awakening you from your slumber, and teaching you, first and foremost, how to fucking think. Holy shit! Let's see those gorillas march. Let's see those gorillas march. Ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you a secret. I will tell you a secret. The reason infrared will always be unparalleled. The reason infrared will always be as powerful as we are so mighty. We make these accounts. We make these YouTube channels with millions of subscribers tremble before our feet. Because Second Thought's audience will never be as dedicated as this. Hakeem's audience will never be as dedicated as this. Not even Vosh, not even Destiny's audience will ever be as dedicated as this. The future belongs to us, and infrared is indeed a future-oriented channel. Marxism, Leninism, in the age of multipolarity and the post-COVID world. We're here for the future. We're not here for the scraps of the past. We're not here for the crumbs of the present. We are here for the future. It is written in the stone tablets of destiny itself that we will be victorious. It is written. It is written that the future is ours. Victory is ours. The future will belong to us. Our enemies may triumph in the here and now. They may appear bigger than we are. They may appear more relevant and more prominent. But this is the future. Never doubt it. Never stop believing in it. It doesn't matter how fucking long it takes for the rest of the world to catch up. The message is here. The most cutting-edge philosophy, thank you so much, the King. The most cutting-edge thinking, the most cutting-edge contributions to political theory and ideology are right here. Thank you so much, old man of the woods. Let me tell you guys something, and this is a big theme of today's stream. I believe we will shape the future of politics and ideology in this country. I believe we will shape the future of politics. We will make such an irreversible dent on the fabric of American politics. Our name, the name of infrared, will be known and be immortalized in the annals of history. I believe this. I believe this. Now, many of you may ask, Haz, where does the conceit come from? Where does this conviction come from? Where does it come from that you believe this so strongly? I believe it so strongly, ladies and gentlemen, because I've made sense of it by means of theory. I have presented a theory that I view as so groundbreaking, so unprecedented, that any future Marxism will have to reckon with it. And these are bold, bold claims coming on my part. And I am completely confident in saying them. Just in what you can read over from my MAGA Communism Substack alone, there is an unprecedented connecting of dots that is there. And if you see how coherent it is, if you see how fucking simple it is, and I'm going to do that this stream. It's going to be by the way, guys, I'm going to say this is probably going to be one of the most important streams in the history of infrared, in my view. This stream right here is going to be one of the most important streams I ever fucking do, right? So for the lucky ones that have made it here, that are here, this is like if you were here in one of my early intro to dialectics, whatever streams. Remember those early philosophy streams? Like, if you're here for this, you are going to get a really, really rare level of clarity and just I am committed to making you guys get it and understand this, right? So first of all, why am I doing this? I'm just gonna cut to the chase. A lot of you, basically, there's two types of people I've seen who have read the MAGA Communism Substack in its entirety. People who can kind of, in good faith, they can glance, there's something there, and they can agree with a lot of the points, but the whole coherent theoretical vision and contribution is not very clear, right? There's a lot of gorillas who don't know how to read this Substack because it just draws from so many references and uses all these words that may not be familiar to you. Thank you so much, ZK. Because I didn't actually make this Substack for beginners. I didn't say, oh, if you're like a dummy, here, read this Substack. You actually have to have some level of education already to understand the Substack. And I'm kind of becoming more aware of that, right? And then on the other hand, my enemies, because I shared on Twitter, I was like, because I was gone from Twitter when I released that Substack, so I was like, all of your criticisms of MAGA communism are already here in the Substack, right? And then a lot of people, the enemies, were like, no, this is just a word salad, it means nothing, it's a bunch of meaningless gibberish. So in this stream, anyone in good faith who's just like, you know what, I want to learn. I want to, in good faith, see for myself if this is just a bunch of jibber-jabber, meaningless stuff, or, holy shit, this guy's onto something. He's at least made some connections that are probably significant. These are significant connections with telling implications about the future of what communism is and what applied Marxism-Leninism should be in this country, right? So I'm going to begin this with a level of conceit. I'm going to begin this stream with a level of conceit. I'm going to go ahead and say, I, Haz al-Din, am a groundbreaking political theorist. I am an actual political theorist. No one should be referencing my name without adding political theorist. I am literally a political theorist who should have their own Wikipedia page just because of my contributions to political theory. Now, I'm writing a book, if you guys aren't familiar with this, about the October Revolution, and about all of my theory of politics will be there. And that's where it's going to be all more condensed in text. As far as like really, really developing coherently and consistently the theory. The reason I'm going to tell you guys something. The reason I went back to Zizek's Sex and the Failed Absolute is because I need to go brush up more on his specific connection between Lacan's logic of the signifier and quantum mechanics, right? Or modern physics, whatever you want to call it. So that's why I've been reading Zizek's The Sex and the Failed Absolute. I've already read Alenka Zupancho's What is Sex? I've already read like almost all of Zizek before then, but this is like his latest big work. I didn't read it. So I'm going back and reviewing that. It's what I've been doing. And then I've also decided to put a pause on my latest Substack, which, although I went places with this new Substack, the Red Pill Marxism one, I don't think I'm going to be working on that Substack until I maybe wrap up my book or make sure you guys understand the MAGA communism one. Because from what I'm gathering, a lot of people don't understand it. If you don't understand the MAGA communism Substack, how am I going to make a Red Pill Marxism Substack, right? So I want to fucking at least do this stream before I go back to the Red Pill Marxism Substack, because I want you guys to really understand the one I did before. I don't want to just make a Substack that only I understand, because believe it or not, guys, it's really depressing when I make these Substacks and I'm like, oh my god, this is going to change everything. And then like nobody fucking gets it, right? And that is really discouraging to me, that people don't see the bigger picture of where this is coming from, right? So I want to do that with this stream, just so I'm more confident to do the Red Pill Marxism one. And that way, thank you so much, Fly On.
The hermeneutic circle tightens to a laser point.
Just so I'm certain, you know, that the one I do, the Red Pill Marxism one, at least you guys are going to have something to work with to be able to understand it. Very few people understood the MAGA Communism Substack. All right, now before I get into it, I want to talk about my thumbnails, because everyone always loves to talk about, my haters do, I mean, they talk about my thumbnails. I am not using AI to make myself look like a Giga Chad. I'm just literally putting... I could show you the picture I feed to the Midjourney AI. I just show them one picture of myself, and then I add something like... sorry. Shit in my fucking throat. I had something like... philosopher. That's what I did for this one. I was just like, philosopher surrounded by fire. And it didn't give me the fire, but it gave me that whatever. I don't actually like, oh, make it look like a Giga Chad, make the chin bigger, make the cheeks more pronounced. That is what it fucking does automatically. And if you don't fucking believe me, I will give you the picture I fed to the AI and see if you can get a fucking an AI version of that doesn't look like a massive Giga Chad. Now, I'm not saying I am a massive Giga Chad in real life in terms of how I look, but the AI just naturally exaggerates my actual features because, believe it or not, I'm sorry, if you are going to cartoonishly represent me, it is going to be a fucking Giga Chad. Unless you're going to, like, one for one represent exactly how I fucking look. Like, yeah, the AI is going to be, okay, this vaguely resembles a very masculine face. In terms of like a video game or this art that I'm seeing, digital art that I have seeing on the internet, the AI fucking, if you don't, literally, I will show you, I will screenshot my Midjourney work, and you could see that every time I input my fucking profile, it gives me Giga Chads. Not my fucking fault, okay? I'm not going out of my way to make myself look better. It does that by itself. Now, if you want to know the real reason it does that, because it's very rare for digital art to be of mediocre people. Digital art usually shows very attractive looking people, right? Or very pronounced, exaggerated features. So me, who am, yes, you wanted me to take a testosterone level test. I am a very high testosterone male with very masculine features. Like, look at my fucking brow. Very masculine features, right? Giant beard, very masculine nose, eyes, whatever the fuck, right? Just very naturally, the Midjourney is going to say that, and they're going to, like, dial it up to the max, right? Because that's just the vibe I give off. So, anytime you see this retarded shit, oh, this is what it fucking does. I don't even... You guys are the ones who also do it, too. You guys make AI art of me, it does the same fucking thing. I'm sorry, for all the fucking weak soy cuckolds who are jealous that when you put your shit into Midjourney, you look like a fat, ugly bitch. I'm sorry to tell you, you're just not as much of a man as me. And that's just what the AI thinks. The AI has decided that you are less of a man than me, and it's not my fault that you're jealous. It's not my fault you're angry about it. You're a fucking ugly, low-T bitch, and it's not my fault, okay? This is what the AI fucking thinks. It's not what I think. It's what the AI thinks, all right? Anyway, guys, let's get to what matters. Thank you so much, Gal.
You are beautiful. Genuine compliment. Love the channel.
Thank you so much, Gal. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Anyway, guys, let's get into the meat and potatoes and the substance of the theory. Because I'm going to back up what I said, that I, Haz al-Din, am a political theorist. And I am prepared to back that up directly for you. By the end of the stream, you're going to see it. I'm going to make sure you see it. But to begin, I want to just give you a synopsis of MAGA communism. The basic idea of MAGA communism, the Substack, is not that I'm trying to synthesize the left and the right. It's not that I'm trying to synthesize communism with nationalism. It's not about any of that. It's actually more about developing theoretically and interrogating the foundations of modern politics itself and what implications MAGA has for that. And moreover, what does that have to do with communism? So that's what I really develop. I go to the roots. And when you go to the roots of, we're getting into it now, guys, and I'm going to be using Microsoft Paint to help you understand things. I'm going to be talking about a lot of the theorists I'm drawing from, the philosophers, the ideas, including ones that you should probably be familiar with by now. Modern politics. So let's begin with MAGA communism, right? So what is modern politics? What is modern politics? Well, we're going to go ahead and get out Microsoft Paint because we're going to be using this as a visual aid. And yes, this is an MS Paint stream. And yes, this stream is going to help you understand the theory behind the MAGA Communism Substack. And unless you're in bad faith, it will be very clear to you. So let's ask the basic question. What is Kosemek, man? What the fuck is this? Okay. What is modern politics? What is modern politics? Modern politics differs. Okay. I'm going to just give you some features of modern politics before I explain the root cause, the basis, the origin, the metaphysics of modern politics, just so you can familiarize yourself with modern politics. And we're going to be using the Middle Ages by comparison. So let's make this smaller, actually. So, in the Middle Ages, you had divine right of kings. In most history, politics is either a matter of chance pure will of fate, coming from God. Let's capitalize God so we don't be blasphemous, etc. Okay? Okay, so politics, for most of history, is not that deep, so to speak. Not that deep. Which means the sovereign that you have for most of history is not because of some contrived premise that this is the universal truth of all reality. It's something that the sovereign is disposed of ontologically passive. So what does that mean, ontologically passive? It means there's a seamless continuity between the sovereign and what is considered the whole of being and nature and the cosmos and God. The king or the emperor or the divine is just as pretty much seamless and natural as plants, animals, forests, and whatever. And there's just this kind of let's say cosmological, metaphysical, astrological, etc. hierarchy. Politics is seamlessly part of it. So, for example, politics fits within this kind of, this is more like the pagan world. This is the world of the Middle Ages, and this is also the world of the Asiatic mode of production, more or less, right? It's not that you don't really have a question of legitimacy. You don't really have a question of what is the scientific basis of the state and of politics. Politics is seamlessly considered part of the whole of being. The sovereign is, at least. It's not something unnatural. It's not something that sticks out as a sore thumb. So you don't have this question of, oh, what gives you the right to be the king? Well, no, nothing does necessarily, right? Even in the case of the divine right of kings, that is something that acquires more more importance in terms of its emphasis in the later part of the Middle Ages. Because the truth is, the political power is not even considered contingent at that point, right? Political power is owing itself to these otherworldly forces, these things that are outside of our will. That's the most important part here, outside of our will. So if someone is a sovereign, that must be the will of God. That must be the will of nature. That must be something up to chance, right? But it's not considered the result of any intentional will. Most importantly, politics, reality does not stem from individual will. So that's the most important part, right? Everyone considers themselves this kind of passive vessel as far as politics is concerned, for the realization of some reality that is being driven by something unfathomably, beyond our human proximity. It's the will of the gods. It's nature, whatever, right? So, fuck this shit.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, RIP. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. In modern politics, the state is universal and abstract. That means the state is universal and abstract. Metaphysically speaking, there is no hierarchy or great chain. Now, I'm not even just talking, I'm going to clarify what I mean here, but metaphysically, there's no hierarchy or great chain. There is an indiscriminate understood reality of the state. Now, what does this mean? An indiscriminate state power that knows no distinction between any particular things at all. The state, hold on, let's just go like B, right? Let's just go order these. 1, 2. The state is a object of scientific knowledge. Okay, now this is very important, right? This part's going to be kind of long. I explain it to you. I'm trying to give you a broad idea of what is meant by the word modern politics, right? Official Varden, I'm losing brain cells. Okay, you know what? If you're losing brain cells, you can come on my fucking stream right now, and you can, what about this is incoherent to you, so I could help your stupid fucking dumbass in particular understand it. Maybe you're just a stupid bitch, because this should be really fucking simple at this point, right? Guys, how difficult is this to understand so far, right? How difficult is this to understand so far? I mean, if you have a vague understanding, if you have like the most minimal level of education, you could at least make a simplification in your head and go, yeah, before modern politics, you just have the great chain of being. It all comes from God, it's divine right. And now with modern politics, it seems like the state is a power that's an object of knowledge somehow. It doesn't just come from God, it's somehow contingent and based in something that's not necessarily given, right? From God or nature or anything else. It's this alienated power, right? How hard is that to fucking understand? It's just so frustrating. Like, I am trying to communicate something very simple, and I still have these stupid fucks sit here and claim, how does this word salad? It's just too hard to fucking understand. I am developing this. I'm using multiple bullet points to give you a vague understanding of something that should already be clear by now, right? But this is for the especially dumb people who really need it to be broken down for them, okay? State is an object of scientific knowledge. Machiavelli. Now, Althusser considered Machiavelli to be the first materialist. Why would you think Althusser considers Machiavelli to be the first materialist? Because Machiavelli is trying to actually, in his work The Prince, scientifically understand the basis of state power. I'm just simplifying shit for you, by the way. And this is what this stream is for, is a simplification. I could get into the intricate details and it's more nuanced thoughts. Doesn't matter. We're here for the dumb people who can't understand the MAGA communism substack to have a vague understanding of where we're coming from. So before Machiavelli, the state is just, it's owes itself to chance or it's to God, whatever. Then Machiavelli develops this notion of a science of political power, a political science, right? And according to Althusser, that is materialistic. That's a form of materialism, right? Because it's trying to ground the basis of state power into some kind of like materially accessible scientific reality instead of some sacral, vague reality of the divine right and so on and so forth, right? Okay, now let's before we, there's a lot of words I'm using, so quickly. What is metaphysics? Because I have to take into account, a lot of you guys don't necessarily know what metaphysics is. So to basically break down what metaphysics is, and again, this is a simplification, just so you guys can have something to draw from very vaguely. It's a simplification, right? Metaphysics is more or less it's, I don't want to say the deeper reality, because it's such a horrible simplification, but it kind of vaguely is that, right? Metaphysics is just kind of referring to these deeper laws underlying reality that are somehow not accessible by means of the empirical scientific method or some kind of deductive rationalist philosophy, right? Metaphysics is basically referring to the true nature of, well, put it this way. It's related to ontology. Ontology is dealing with the nature of being, right? Now, Heidegger will make a specific distinction between ontology and metaphysics because for Heidegger, metaphysics is referring to the science of particular foreclosed ontologies, right? Ontologies that are just taken for granted, but then related to each other. Sorry, ontologies that are taken for granted. And then metaphysics is kind of dealing with how that specific ontology manifests itself in the world, how it relates to a given world, right? But, yeah. Damn, this shit is frustrating. Okay, do you guys want this stream or not? One's in the chat if you just don't want to fucking watch this shit. One's in the chat if you just you don't think you can be you don't even think you have a chance to learn this because it's like I'm just getting really pissed off because there's so many fucking people who bitch and whine all the fucking time about MAGA communism, but all of a sudden when I'm here to fucking simplify it to you, you don't want to fucking, you know what I mean? Okay. Fuck's sake, man. Shit is frustrating, man. By the way, the last stream got totally deleted. So someone try to save the stream. Because YouTube just fucking deleted the last one. They gave me 3 minutes. They left 3 minutes of the stream up. They deleted the fucking rest. By the way. If you're wondering where that one went. But I did make a post on that. Alright. Alright, okay. So, back to what is modern politics, right? Modern politics, I'm just gonna, instead of trying to give you, like, the one definition of what this is, okay, before we get this, metaphysics. So, the metaphysics of politics, for example, would refer to the deeper reality of politics beyond politics itself. So, for example, the way politics is based on, in nature, being a certain logic of being, etc. Right? Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you.
They're not chatting because they're focusing intently on what you're saying.
Okay. All right. So that would be an example of how that when I talk about the metaphysics of politics or political metaphysics, that's what I'm referring to. I'm just referring to the reality of politics that's beyond politics itself. It's the reality that precedes politics, out of which politics emerges and comes from, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at there, okay? Now, modern politics, how did the transition from pre-modern politics to modern politics occur? Now, this is where things can get pretty interesting, actually. This is where things can get pretty interesting. Is metaphysics simply beyond materiality? No, not necessarily. No. Metaphysics is just usually referring to, again, all you have to do is, in your head, just think the deeper reality. Now, there's much more to it than that. That's not adequate. But if you need to a quick, mental simplification to work with, what do you mean based in nature? So for example, if someone was trying to say, like, the metaphysics of statehood is basically, I think Heidegger is probably the best reference to draw from here, because it's really the difference between metaphysics and ontology is kind of like, ontology is a specific is dealing with the nature of being. Metaphysics takes that specific nature for granted and establishes a logic, creates a logic based on it. So it's kind of like that, right? It's kind of like that, like specific type. I don't want to get too much into it. It's really fucking simple, right? So far, do you guys want me to dwell more on this shit, metaphysics and ontology, or is that clear to you? Because there's so much ground we have to cover. Trust me, we're gonna get through it, but we're gonna have a Heidegger stream. Again, the thing is, I've dedicated a lot of time to Heidegger before, though, right? If you've watched the streams before, you should be somewhat familiar with Heidegger already, right? Okay? Metaphysics is a species of ontology. It's kind of like metaphysics is where ontology is bracketed, is what I would say, right? Ontology is put to the side. You don't question that, but you just take it for granted. And then, so you're dealing with particular relations. You're dealing with particular logic of the ontology without going to the beginning of, the beginning of the ontology itself. Like, how does this specific way of relating to being emerge? Well, metaphysics doesn't deal with that. Metaphysics takes that for granted and is pretty much kind of dwelling with the logic of that. Now, first of all, Marxism has a different definition, but related definition of metaphysics. I have to say this, okay? I have to emphasize this because there might be some retards who are like, I read the CCP pamphlet and it talks... Yeah, because Marxism tends to have a different definition of metaphysics, which is related, it's just less specific. So in Marxism, something is metaphysical when it is not based in any kind of scientific knowledge. Anything knowable by scientific or practical means. So, something metaphysical is static, one-sided, permanent, never changing, and never subject to criticism or any active reality whatsoever.
Love the in-depth analysis streams.
Thank you so much.
Will soon enter the golden era.
Appreciate you,
100.
So in Marxism, the word metaphysics is related to in this way because the basic idea is that metaphysics is the reification of thought onto reality, into a form of reality. So in metaphysics, you basically have a prejudice or a presumption or some kind of ideological worldview that's not subjected to any kind of test in any kind of way. It's just not tested whatsoever. It's not ever contingent. It's just a given. It's immortal. It's permanent. It's there, right? And it's some kind of idea you confuse for reality, which it's almost like idolatry. It's like an idol. Instead of the real God, it's an idol of God, right? Metaphysics is like, instead of the real reality, which you can only relate to by dialectical means, by actively and practically relating to it and intervening in it, you basically reify. Reification, by the way, kind of means to think of like, turn it into a statue, right? Make it something static, something given, right? The basic idea is that with metaphysics, you're dealing with this ideology, right? Or this prejudice, whatever you want. It's this thing that cannot be subjected to the mercy of material reality. Yeah, something eternalized. That's another way of putting it, right? That's the basic Marxist definition of metaphysics. Now, that is not necessarily how I'm using the word, but they're related for reasons you can see. Because in the case of metaphysics, you're basically dealing with, specific logic of being drawn out into some kind of privileged medium by which reality is accessed, right? Well, the reason you could say that's idealistic is because it's a specific logic of being, meaning it's a specific form or thought of being, right? An idea of being. So they're very much related, but they're not necessarily the same thing because, but metaphysics also loosely refer to any type of ontological quality, right? Can also loosely refer to that. So you should not be very strict about how you use this word. It's used in multiple different ways. There's a specific Marxist vocabulary and vernacular when it comes to the word of metaphysics. There's a broader one as well, and I'm kind of drawing from the broader one in this piece. So don't make too much of a fuss of the word metaphysics, right? So you understand the metaphysics thing now, right? So how does the transition from pre-modern politics to politics occurs? Cartesian, well, okay. Aside from material factors, let's begin with Cartesian metaphysics. I think, therefore I am, right? Now, this is a form of metaphysics. Why is this a metaphysics? Because all of being is reduced to the form of its thought, or to its the extent to which it is thinkable, right? Thinking is the only proof of being. That's Descartes' kind of modern revolution in metaphysics. And from this, you kind of get the scientific method, and you get all these other things unique to Western or Anglo-Saxon modernity, according to which reality reducible to the way the extent to which it can be known, accessed, thought of, etc. Right? That's kind of what you're dealing with in the case of Descartes. So that opens up everything, right? The Baconian materialists, Francis Bacon, Thomas Hobbes, they're all part of this same movement, right? They're part of the same trend in history, which is dealing with the same kind of reduction. So vaguely, vaguely, how does the transition from pre-modern politics to politics occur, right? Well, what happens, broadly speaking, now there's a lot of theorists like, to understand that, one has to understand the transition from pre-modernity to modernity, right? Because they parallel and they follow the same logic. Now, someone like Bruno Latour will say that the origins of modernity lie in a specific strain of Western Christian heretical Gnosticism, etc. Like this esoteric, mystical. I mean, there's some truth to that. And then that's also where if you want to get paranoid and you want to get conspiratorial, I mean, conspiratorial idea that the modern world is based in, came about via mysticism, cult, John Dee, whatever. I mean, that's all very interesting and it's all very true, right? But since we're materialists, we want to be more specific than this. But this is a very, I mean, this is really interesting if you want to pursue this, right? You know, so there's that. Just letting you know that's also there. I just want to give some brevity to how much modernity changes everything, right? So there's this kind of Lovecraftian question of the origins of modernity are scary. They come from this extreme abruption, this extreme break from the whole past, everything in the past, right? So, with regards to what he has to say, right? What matters in understanding the transition is a specific.
Don't forget to
schism.
mention Francis Bacon with John Dee.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you. A specific schism resulting from the fall. What is the fall, by the way? What is the fall? John Milton, Paradise Lost. You guys familiar with John Milton's work, Paradise Lost? If you want to understand the fall that gives rise to modernity, which is really just a way of responding to this fall, right? John Milton's Paradise Lost is a pretty good introduction to that, right? Paradise Lost was just kind of talking about the fall of the Garden of Eden. Sorry, the fall of paradise because of the circumstances around the temptation of Adam and Eve. Yeah, eating the fruit of... I mean, that is such a seminally important text. But I'm going to just have to rely on that you guys may be vaguely familiar with it because I'm not going to get into it here. We don't have time. But if you want to understand where... I'm just kind of trying to build a network of associations in your head before I can really light that light bulb in your head so you can go, aha, right? So I just want you to have these vague associations. We're not really going to get into these in particular. Again, we don't have unlimited time, right? Okay, so the fall, self-consciousness. That is a very close, very close, yes. You can, but what comes before self-consciousness? What has to happen for you to become self-conscious, right? The Enlightenment is a response to the fall. The Enlightenment is a response to the fall. So what are these people awakening to? What is the Enlightenment actually about? Well, it's a response to something that had to have been fallen beforehand, right? What the truth of the Middle Ages? The fall is the secret of the Dark Ages. There's no such thing as the Dark Ages. The Middle Ages were not a Dark Age. Feudal Europe, for most of it was not a Dark Age. All historians will tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of malarkey. The Dark Ages is a concept enlightened thinkers used to explain the fall, right? So Latour was right. We were never modern. Shut the fuck up, Jeffrey, you fucking idiot. You want to say bye-bye, then get the fuck out of here. You want to get in my VC and debate about whether the concept of modernity has conceptual validity or any practical validity, then get in my VC and debate it. Don't give me your fucking dumb, snarky comments. If you're so satisfied with modernity having no conceptual value, just fucking leave, right? So the Dark Ages is a concept enlightened thinkers used to explain the fall. Now, let's kind of focus specifically on the example of what I use in the MAGA communism text. So, in my text, an example of the fall I use is the fall of any legitimate form of sovereignty. Seamless, unquestioned state power turns into a malign sovereignty. In the English Civil War. So, that's the example I use in the MAGA communism text, and that's really going to be the example that is relevant for this stream and for understanding the MAGA communism text. So the English Civil War, right? The sovereign monarch is no longer legitimate according to the logic of feudalism itself. Religion, succession, etc. That's one issue. That's an example of the fall, right? The fall is a type of inconsistency or contradiction. Now, we're just doing this for purpose of simplification. The fall here is just a type of inconsistency or a contradiction. Now, the first form of that is the way in which the sovereign monarch is no longer legitimate according to the logic of feudalism itself, religion, succession. That much is very clear in the English Civil War. And I refer to this as a heartbreak, right? Why is it a heartbreak? Because I use that word to help you understand that it wasn't as if you have a monarch who's a tyrant, and then all of a sudden we just became enlightened, and now we don't want monarchy anymore. We want democracy. So the idiotic liberal democracy believers will have you think that one day people just became enlightened and decided kings are bad, the people should rule. In reality, right, there had to have been a devastatingly disappointing heartbreak that tore people away from recognizing or respecting the legitimate form of sovereignty before these modern theories of politics could be developed. Which means it's a heartbreak because for the most part, either you're not necessarily able to think about it as something that's even questioned in the first place. You don't even have the vocabulary to do that. Or, the king is supposed to be the leader of all of his subjects, and it's this feudal system, or whatever you want to call it, right? And it's what you consider natural. It's what you consider normal, right? And then all of a sudden, nothing makes sense anymore, right? So, remember the origins of Descartes, right? Sorry, Descartes. Descartes was a guy who wanted to be a devout Christian. The chaos of Reformation Calvinism, etc., led him to a scary question. What if everything, all of my religious beliefs, are the result of a demon or Satan lying to me? How can I know what is authentically true or not? That's where Descartes came from, right? Now, how does that happen? How does it happen that this doubt even gets opened up for someone like Descartes? How does that happen, right? Well, I'll explain it. I'll explain exactly how it happens. Thank you so much, John Kelly. Appreciate you.
Us, I love your content, but I have to disagree with you when it comes to the Dark Age myth. The world post the fall of the Western Roman Empire saw a significant reduction in quality of life, education, hygiene, and overall technology. Watch Mariana's video on the subject.
Thank you so much, John Kelly. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've heard conflicting things, to say the least. So I'm not exactly sure what I would say to that. But I could just tell you, I've definitely heard very conflicting things as far as the validity of the notion of a Dark Ages. Not to say that the post-Roman Empire, there wasn't a fall, but I just think it's not... If there was a Dark Ages, it wasn't the Dark Ages that the Enlightenment thinkers were responding to, period, right? Because by the time of the Enlightenment, right, the Renaissance had already occurred, and so on and so forth, right? So I'm not sure what is... I don't really buy into this idea that the Enlightenment returned to where ancient Rome was. I'm pretty sure, you know. So yeah. So to be clear, okay, well, let's get to what has to happen for Descartes to start radically doubting whether his beliefs come from a
Did you
demon.
hear that Sultanus is making his own party? He's branding himself as a PASOK now, lol. I think it's called Patriotic Socialist
Thank you, ND.
Front.
Appreciate the 5. It's not really, I don't really care, right? Let's focus on what we're talking about here. All right, so, okay. So how does this happen? Because radical doubt, Descartes' radical doubt, stems from the fact that the institution of the church, something people took for granted for, let's say, over a millennia, right? Suddenly became the seat of the Antichrist. For example, so there's a lot of this is stemming from the Protestant Reformation, right? A lot of the fall really stems from the Protestant Reformation. Now, does it come from the Protestant Reformation specifically? Well, no, because then, Martin Luther is to blame. Well, again, you want to get into the conspiratorial route, then you talk about this parallel thing going on with Gnosticism and the Cathars and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of interesting, strange things going on there. But needless to say, something did happen internal to the Catholic Church. Can't be blamed on any external outside forces, right? But the reason Descartes is having this radical doubt in the first place, aka a heartbreak, right? So when I use the word heartbreak, it's just this kind of concept that I use to try and explain this radical abruption from this seamless, trust and faith in some kind of tradition, right, to this radical point of doubt, right? Heartbreak is the source of doubt. Now, all of you who have ever been in a relationship in high school, probably it's the origin story of every man on earth, right? Every man on earth, their villain origin story is that they had a heartbreak during high school, which changed everything for them. So if you want to really understand this, I'm giving you a lot of ways to understand it. Women are the same way. Women become feminist a lot of the time because they got cheated on, or something happened where their boyfriend devastatingly disappointed them, or their father disappointed them, something like that, and then they become feminists. And then, you know, it's so both men and women, even on a very intimate personal level, the origin of radical doubt comes from some kind of heartbreak, disappointment in your parents, in your significant other, whatever, right? Well, history is also that simple. Radical doubt when it comes to religious institutions and when it comes to political forms of sovereignty and things on a broader level, at least in the story of modernity, can be closely understood on a similar level, right? Again, I'm not really getting into the origins of the Protestant Reformation. Again, there is a very specific parallel going on here as far as the rise of capitalism and so on and so forth. I'm not getting into that right now because we're honing in on politics, just politics as such, right? And political metaphysics. That's what we're focusing on, right? So, I'm giving you guys a lot of vague associations in your head to begin with to understand the transition from pre-modernity to modernity, at least so you can understand something happened. Something happened, right? That changed everything. Now, what is this something that happens? Now, Haas here and the Infrared Collective here, we have a special theory of lost enlightenment. The Mongol Factor. Now, we, infrared canon theory is that the universalism, devastation, and, devastation, universalism, and uniting of the world that accompanies the Mongols, the last who finalized the dialectic of sedentary and nomadic, right, is the true origin of Western modernity. So this is the idea of Mongol modernity that comes from infrared, right? Which it is tangentially, even kind of directly related to MAGA communism and the MAGA communism substack, right? Because I'm going to explain to you where this malign sovereign, all that kind of stuff comes from, right? The first universal state is the Mongol state. It's the first universal state, right? In Hegel's sense. Now that's what I'm going to get to here. And this is too big of a fucking red pill, right? This red pill, we were supposed to do a Mongol modernity video last year. We never got to it. It's such an ambitious project to make. I have to write a book on this first or some shit. It's just like, this has been a running infrared lore for years. This is one of our big secret contributions that it's like, if you're an infrared Freemason, you understand this. It's very much a kind of esoteric. And the reason it's esoteric is it's not been developed overtly into any kind of it hasn't been developed yet publicly or anything. We have a lot of leads and stuff, but we haven't coherently squared the circle and really fleshed it out. But yeah, this is definitely something that this is here from the beginning when we launched the channel. This is here from the very fucking beginning, right? When we first launched the channel of Infrared. It's here, right? So keep that in your mind though, right? The lost enlightenment idea, right? The Mongols materially laid the foundation for modernity, while the West merely subjectively articulated what the Mongols did in material reality. The West drew out the consequences of the Mongol Revolution. That's the theory. The theory is that Western scientific innovation, thermodynamics, the steam engine, all Western materialism, all of that science, all that stuff, Western political theories, universalism, it all is just subjectively drawing out the consequences of this kind of Mongol revolution, right? So that's, and then the Venetian connection. The Venetian connection, right? Italian city-states and the Mongol later gunpowder. New World was discovered to circumvent Mongol trade routes, now monopolized by Ottomans, etc. Right? Okay, so that's all very esoteric, secret lore that we're not going to get into, right? But I want you to keep it in your mind because it's actually relevant. It's actually relevant, right? Okay. So, yeah, you can go down a whole rabbit hole in terms of understanding the origins of Western modernity. Kantbot, Edberg, others have Logo. They've all kind of done more than I have. I recommend them when it comes to, if you want to really dig your nose into like, what the fuck, what is the origin of the modern world, right? Anyway, guys, we're kind of focusing on the MAGA communism thing. Okay, so specifically when it comes to modern politics, the two ways the transformation of traditional sovereignty into malign sovereignty. So, okay, to recap, right? Internal inconsistency. Reformation, English Civil War, yada, 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 right? So there's the internal inconsistency, right? Then there's the inconsistency with modern subjectivity, which is, you know, Rousseau, I'm not spelling that correct, etc. Notion of human rights, rights of man, social contract theory, innate liberty, man's right to liberty, yada, 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 temper tantrum thrown in response to heartbreak. Okay, so basically, there's two ones that I outlined in the Substack, right? There's one is that internally, the sovereign can't really justify itself, even according to the traditional ways of legitimating itself. That's kind of like, you know, the circumstance of the English Civil War. And then you have the inconsistency with modern subjectivity. You know, the whole thing that, oh, the king is illegitimate because that we didn't enter into a social contract with them. The king is illegitimate because, you know, the king is violating our rights, the rights of man. The king is a tyrant. The king is extinguishing our liberty. This is not a legitimate government because the only legitimate government can be a government of the people reflecting the general will, right? Let me add that, general will. Okay, so that's the French Revolution. French Revolution, I should add, right? So, those are the two kinds of ways in which the transformation of traditional sovereignty into malign sovereignty occurs, right? So then, basically, you have the two forms of statehood. Modern universal statehood, French Revolution, you know, French Republic, liberal democracy, culminating in American unipolar human rights, New World Order, right? Malign sovereignty. Now, that one I'm not going to give you examples for because the first one should be easy to understood. But there's this kind of, the schism of state power, right? There's a schism that occurs, right? The schism of state power happens between the legitimate kind of state, a modern universal state, right? Which recognizes the equal rights of everyone. It's an indiscriminately universal state. You know, all are equal before the law, the rule of the law, and so on and so on. The basic formalism, modern universal formalist state, right? It's a formalist state. It's based on the dead letter of the law, right? Whatever, even in terms of common law. By the time the judge hits his hammer, it functions in the same way as a dead letter, right? Okay, so this is what we're dealing with in terms of the legitimate formalist statehood, right? Now, the idea I kind of want to get to here, by the way, before I get into malign, don't worry, I'm going to get into malign sovereignty or sovereignty, right? Don't worry, I'm going to get into it. Thank you so much, PJ.
People on the right will want to draw a strong distinction between Locke and Rousseau.
I'm not as interested in that for reasons I'll probably get to now, right? Here, right? But now I want you to get this idea in your head. One universal state. There's one universal state divides into left-wing and right-wing political orientations. Okay. Now, this needs to be strongly emphasized, okay? This needs to be strongly emphasized, okay? It needs to be strongly emphasized that the left and the right both belong to the continuum, the political spectrum of the same modern universal state. Okay, that's so important to understand. Okay, before I can explain to you malign sovereignty, I need to explain to you that both the left-wing and right-wing political orientations emerge in relation to one universal state. One universal modern state. Okay. The modern universal state is abstractly universal, formalistic, rule of law, indiscriminate before particular citizens, corresponding to Marx's universal labor, exchange value, etc. Accompanying modern capitalism. Okay? I bet you didn't make that connection, right? So all these features of the modern universal state in terms of the law and in terms of right, it's a direct parallel to what Marx is describing as, the universality of exchange value. Exchange value is indifferent to use value, right? Exchange value is universal. It's indifferent to the particular form of use value. It's universally commensurable. 10 coats of linen is equal to whatever. 10 yards of linen are equal to 2 coats, or whatever the fuck Marx says. The same thing is true when it comes to the emergence of the modern. They share the same object of modernity, right? The modern abstraction corresponding to modernity, right? So that much should be very clear, right? Anyway, okay. So just so you can understand the modern state. Okay. So, what about malign sovereignty? What is the malign sovereignty factor of this, right? Well, for one, after modern politics, the ancient regime is seen as a malign sovereignty. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh? After modern politics, the ancient is seen as a malign sovereignty. The tyranny of the Dark Ages. The tyranny of the Dark Ages. Yes! So malign sovereignty emerges as this excess. So how do we understand this, right? Fuck. No, fuck. I have to delete this. All of this has to be deleted. Alright. You know what? We'll just work from here. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll just work from here. Okay. Alright. Tyranny of the Dark Ages, right? The malign sovereignty is every form of sovereignty that cannot be legitimated within by modern politics, or within modern politics. It is an excess. It is an excess over the complete modernization of politics. There is an aspect of statehood that remains as that continues to exist as an indivisible remainder. Okay. So, this is... Fuck, what is this? Is it not bolded? Or... Okay. Alright. So, malign sovereignty is associated first with the ancient regime. Now, how do I explain this? The gangsta king. The gangsta king. Alright? Let's have fun, guys. Let me explain. I want to traumatize you into knowledge. Okay? The gangsta king. The gangsta king don't give a fuck about these whack-ass political theorists like Rousseau, Locke, or any of that dumbass shit. The gangsta king is just a king by convention. Don't need to be legitimate, justified, just is, just exists, based. And shit makes sense. It's normal. The enlightened are seething hard. The gangsta king, okay? The gangsta king. That's the first malign sovereign. That's the first malign sovereign, okay? Who is the gangsta king? Who is the The gangsta king... Okay, the gangsta king just refers to an irreducible and indivisible fact of sovereignty that resists what do you call this? Being domesticated by scientific knowledge. It can't be reduced to modern knowledge, sentiment, or thought. It's this natural aspect of state power that somehow exists out there in reality. Okay? Somehow, that cannot really be explained. So that's what the Gangsta King is. The Gangsta King. Okay? I love this. Because I just came up with this term on the fly, right? With you guys together. We came up with this term, guys. The Gangsta King. That's the difference between me and Moldbug. Moldbug is a formalist. Haas is out here engaging in cutting-edge political theory, coming up with the idea of the Gangsta King. Now, who was the Gangsta King? Who was a Gangsta King? Who was a Gangsta King? No European kings were gangsta after the Renaissance. The true Gangsta King is none other than the OG Genghis Khan and the Oriental dynasties that claimed succession to him of the gunpowder land empires. So you want to know the Gangsta King, right? It's pretty much that. The real Gangsta Kings. Genghis Khan was the OG Gangsta King. I would not call Napoleon a Gangsta King. I would not call him that. No, I would not call him that. The reason Napoleon's not a Napoleon is more like a, he's a sublime. Napoleon is not some kind of precedent, intuitive, material power. Napoleon is like a layer on top of the Western Enlightenment. He's just kind of this, yes, I'm an emperor. It's the romantic kind of passion that exists in excess, yes, to the modern sentiment. But at the same time, the reason it doesn't make Napoleon a malign sovereign is because this excess of romantic passion that defines the Napoleonic form of sovereignty and legitimacy, which is based on these like impossible victories and whatever, and the world spirit on horseback and so on and so forth. That is the kind of scandalous. Yes, he's kind of like a myth. He's like a mythological truth of the Enlightenment itself. So he was not a Gangsta King. Not by any means. Napoleon is just kind of like, he's not really a king either, right? Napoleon is the incarnation of what we would call this modern Enlightenment itself. And that incarnation takes a form that can't be explained within it. He can't justify his rule, but there's this like quality of Napoleon of, he justifies it in reality. The reality speaks for itself. It's hard to explain, right? I don't want to get too much into it. But the first Gangsta King was Genghis Khan. That's the truth, right? Okay. So malign sovereign equals Gangsta King. Now, I want to, before we explain more about malign sovereignty, which we have to, contemporary examples of Gangsta Kings. Bashar al... Well, I don't know, actually. Bashar... Yeah, he is. Bashar al-Assad. Kim Jong-un. Xi. Putin. Maduro. Chavez. Trump was vibing. Trump. Sort of Trump. I'll get more to Trump, right? Gaddafi, etc. These are the very contemporary ones. Gaddafi, Khomeini, Saddam, not endorsement. But he was, right, objectively. Who else? Castro, yeah. Ortega, sure. I don't think Evo Morales is. No, I wouldn't say that. All right. MAGA, Trump symbol. Yeah, I'll just say the symbol, right? As a symbol he was, not in practice necessarily. There you go. This is the theory of the gangsta kings, right? Oh, I forgot. Mugabe! Hell yeah! Could not forget Mugabe, okay? Okay. This is just like within the 20th century that I'm naming, okay? 20th century, sorry, 21st century. 20th century is a different story. Yeah, 20th century you could get all these other people too, right? These are the gangsta kings, okay? These are the gangsta kings. Okay. So, yeah, okay, yeah. We kind of got everyone, right? Lukashenko. All right. I think we got everyone. These are the good guys, pretty much. All right. Let's continue, okay? Let's continue. I got Putin there? Yeah, I got Putin. All right. Now, that's the first form of malign sovereignty. So, malign projection is this vague notion of the tyrant of the Dark Ages that enlightened according to sentiment. But paradoxically, what happens? Now, what in the 18th century also comes about that also represents a form of malign sovereignty that doesn't come from the ancient regime? Now, this one's going to be easy, okay? This one's going to be easy. Okay, well, I'll explain it. The Reign of Terror. Robespierre is the first modern, real, malign sovereign. Robespierre in the Reign of Terror. So something happens. In the construction of the modern French universal state, something in a occurs a scandalous, inadvertent development. The Universal French Republic enters the stage of terror, evoking the likeness of Genghis Khan. Robespierre, ruling on behalf of the French peasant and... Am I spelling this correctly? Sans clause, these are small vendors. You know? Small vendors, right? The plebeians. Engels even refers to it as a right? Exercises state power in a way that was regarded and remembered by the ruling class as malign. Okay. The first one was Robespierre, actually. So that's really interesting because Robespierre, in other words, it's Robespierre, the most consistent, virtuous, and real modern democratic, modern, revolutionary. Sorry, let's say, you know, modern revolutionary, right? Who resurrects the malign sovereignty of the tyrannical Dark Ages. So that's first Robespierre, right? That's first Robespierre. And in response to Robespierre, a lot of people have this wrong idea, right? Many have a wrong idea about the origins of reaction and reactionaries. Reactionary has zero origins in the actual ancient feudalism. Reactionism has its origins in the modern bourgeoisie. A lot of people don't know this. Reactionism has zero origins in the actual ancient regime and feudalism. They think reactionaries are the vestiges of the past coming to haunt us. No, they're not. The ancient regime by 1789 was deeply corrupt. It had no it did not authentically succeed European traditions of sovereignty dating from Charlemagne. These were courts ruled by Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Satanists, skeptics, whatever, etc. Church, state, etc. were kept for appearance, or, as Voltaire put it, for the stupid masses who need God and King, or else they become savage. Reactionists were cynics who did not believe in the sacral reality of tradition. Thank you so much, PJ.
Would you say this trend started with Henry VIII?
I know, but that definitely is part of it, I would say. But I don't know if I could say it started there, right? They are just as modern as the revolutionaries. One universal left and right wing factions. Okay? So, the reactionists, right? The reactionists were the right wing of modern universal politics. The reactionists didn't come from any traditional past. They were just the right wing of the modern universal politics. Reactionists critiqued the French Revolution, but took for granted the glorious revolution took for granted events like the Glorious Revolution, which put the fake dynasty of the House of Orange. Am I getting this correct? How embarrassing would it be if I got this wrong, right? Pretty sure it's the House of Orange. To keep the stupid masses passive, while in reality Parliament ruled as an oligarchy. Okay? It's right. Okay, good. All right. So people need to understand this about the origins of the right wing. The right wing does not come from the past. It doesn't come from the past, all right? So now we are clear about modern universal politics and the left wing and the right wing. Okay. Difference between left and right wing. Sorry, the reactionists were reacting against the malign strain of the French Revolution that culminates in the Reign of Terror and Robespierre. Reactionists were not really against constitutionalism, formalism, etc. They were against a perceived excess and wild tendency that perverted the purity of modern political form. Reactionists were usually constitutional monarchists, gradualists, etc. Wanted to establish some formalization of the ancient regime. So this needs to be strongly emphasized, right? A lot of people associate reactionists with, some kind of deeply conservative right wing, even like the Vendée. No, the Vendée was not. Well, the Vendée was headed by reactionists, but those peasants in the Vendée that were taking up arms were not epitomizing the reactionist subjectivity. Those were just backward peasants too, I guess, rooted in the past, whatever. But that was not based in any kind of reactionary. The leadership was, yes, but that's not the source of the reaction, right? It wasn't in these peasants resisting change. The Jacobites is a similar case. The Jacobites were not really reactionists. So reactionists base and term their critique of the French Revolution in the very same vernacular of enlightened, rationalistic, modern thought. Conceptual arsenal of enlightened, rationalistic, and modern thought, right? Reactionists were represented the bourgeoisie. Jacobins, like Robespierre, represented the small petty proprietor and even the propertyless poor, right? So this is such an important thing to keep in mind, okay? This is such an important thing to keep in mind. Because listen, by the time the French Revolution happens, there is no real force of sacred restoration. The whole ancient regime is already corrupted by modernity. And the conflict is between the French people, the oligarchical powers of Europe, the insurgent, awakened, and revolutionary French people, represented by Robespierre, for example. There was others, right? And oligarchical powers of Europe. Okay. Now, why I'm talking, thanks for pointing out, PJ. Why I'm talking specifically about the French Revolution is because it's only in the French Revolution where you're dealing with the overthrow of the ancien regime, apparently, by like a modern republican order. In the US, the colonies were already, in all other respects, separate from England. In the case of the Dutch Republic and the conditions of its emergence, I am not that familiar with it, actually, but my vague impression is that one was just based on some kind of like moving of chess pieces between the great powers of Europe at the time. You know, the 30 Years' War. And when did that happen, actually? I'm not really educated on it. That's the 80 Years' War. Okay. Yeah, that's between... Yeah, so that's within the wider context, I think, of the Reformation and its consequences, right? So it's similar to the English Civil War. 16... The Dutch Revolt is what you're referring to. Okay. All right, yeah, that's the 80 Years' War. Okay. So, yeah. All right. Well, I think the French Revolution has more of a obvious conceptual significance for where I'm trying to come from, because French Revolution is the origin of left wing and right wing. So, what origin of left wing and right wing? Origin of right wing and left wing, aka the political spectrum. The political spectrum is a spectrum on the a spectrum of modern universal statehood politics. If the left and right are on the spectrum, you know, really, in a way, you know what I mean? They are, right? Yeah, okay. Well, they are, okay, in both ways, especially today in America, on the internet, and on Twitter, especially on Twitter. I'm just kidding! What am I talking about, right? No, they're on the spectrum of the same metaphysical political power. Okay. Same metaphysical political power, okay? Now, based in what? What is the difference, okay? Based in what? Okay, so, how do I put this? The emergence of the modern universal state entailed a radical change of the ancient regime. A great change or movement. But in doing so, it also provoked the question of how this modern universal state will be ordered. It can be compatible etc. Okay? And that's basically, if you want, the imminent difference between left and right, okay? The imminent difference between left and right is simple. Left, revolutionary change. Right, order, okay? the revolutionary change brought about by the one universal state. The one universal state is like a heuristic device. Okay, I'm going to emphasize this. One universal state, heuristic device to understand of the Anglo-Saxon modernity to come in British Empire, or American unipolar world order, rules-based order, Mitternack, or whatever the fuck. I don't know how to say his name, right? Okay, whatever, right? It's a heuristic device. That's what I want you to keep in mind. It's just a heuristic device. Don't get too caught up in trying to pin that down in something specific. Anyway, the revolutionary change brought about the one universal state. The internal order of the one universal state. It is one universal state, one universalism, one specific metaphysics, or as Dugan would put it, one specific Western logos. Right? Whatever. You can think about it in many different ways. It's one universal state. And the right, and it's based on a contradiction. On the one hand, the universal state continually forms of overthrows stab orders, smoothing them over into one universal reality. On the other hand, it assimilates them into a new order, right? Basically, this is just a paradox. Left and right wing emerge imminently from the same paradoxical object, okay? So that's the paradoxical object is really going to be the focus of the MAGA communism Substack in the form of, it's going to be called political difference. Now, we're gonna explore some of the things I assumed you take for granted. Wrongfully, I shouldn't have assumed that. It's stupid to assume that. First of all, the concept of... Okay, we're gonna get rid of all this. And, yeah. We're gonna get rid of all this. Cut. Okay. We're gonna get rid of all this, and we're just gonna go to here. Okay. No. All that is solid. No. Fuck. Dude. No. They're not objects of each other. Don't fucking pervert what I'm saying. They are different responses to the same object. Okay? They share the same object. They share the same object. That object is not each other. It is a third thing both form in response to. Okay? God. All right, and this is what I was about to explain. So, Zizek's contribution. Let's just do the French turn 20th century really quickly. Idea of the primacy of difference before identity. Deleuze, Lacan, and their successors like Zizek today, okay? Basic idea, in any given binary difference, the difference itself precedes its terms. So, Zizek on sexual difference. Sexual difference is what is itself objective, material, etc., whereas man and women are both failed responses to this shared primary difference. The difference between the terms precedes the terms themselves. In fact, the terms just form in response to it. So if you want, it's like Mao, right? Think of Mao. One divides into two. If one is contradictory, is inherently contradictory, it splits into two, right? To give form to that contradiction. So, for example, right? That's like kind of how, in parallel, Mao Zedong thought and the French turn of the 20th century kind of dealing with the same kind of logic, right? By the way, this is also a result of the quantum turn, right? Atoms no longer really exist as primary substances. Primary substances are inherently contradictory, etc., etc., etc. Right? Whatever. We're gonna get into that one too. Oh boy, we're gonna get into that tonight. By the way, we're gonna get into it tonight. But bear with me, okay? Bear with me. We're gonna get into that, so you can look forward to that. All right, so okay, so the basic, that's where I'm drawing from. So in the text, political difference precedes left and right. Political difference is this paradoxical object. The paradoxical object of modern political statehood, okay? Political difference is the paradoxical object of modern political statehood, okay? It is one object, and the left and right are a result of the contradictions in terms. Just one impossible paradox. Okay? So, this is very ambitious. And it's not going to be that. It's going to be like you have to be like a very vague pop scientific familiar. Trust me, I'm going to explain it. It's not going to be hard to understand, okay? The quantum mechanics angle to this is like the easiest part of this to understand, all right? Because it actually will help you understand some of the logic kind of implicit in the MAGA communism text. Okay? Again, so I want to establish some associations. All right. Malign sovereignty. Malign sovereignty. The fallen. Sorry. Can't do that one. Let's do the fallen, right? These are and paradoxical object. Somehow, okay. European Enlightenment, or modernity proper, emerges in reaction to this paradoxical object. Now, what's Haas's thesis? Infrared, the whole infrared collective's thesis is that this paradoxical object is none other than Mongol universalism. Okay? The universal civilizational state of lost Mongol modernity, or what Dugin calls the hypothetical Russian logos. Okay. If you're familiar with Dugin, then this will be helpful. If you're not familiar with what this refers to, I'm not going to break it down here. If you've watched the Zizek and Dugin lecture, you will know exactly what this is referring to, okay? We'll get into it, though. We'll get into it, okay? So, there is a repressed origins of Western political modernity, which it responds to via the left and right. Now, why is it repressed? Why is it repressed? Because it is impossible, right? It is actually impossible. It's not because it's being deliberately, it's like there's no way, there is no way to make sense of it consistently or somehow reconcile the contradiction between, for example, faith and reason, or, you know, intuition and scientific knowledge. Sorry, intuition and certainty. Whatever, you know, Kantian antinomies, whatever you want to call it, right? The West is authentically responding to Mongol universalism. So, the West is not actually evil. It is doing its best to try and articulate subjectively what had happened objectively in the East. Okay? All right. It is limited, immanently limited. Not its fault. Okay? Now, that's why it's repressed. Okay? After all, how do you reconcile order with change? How do you remember Heraclitus, the scandal of am I spelling this correctly? Heraclitus the Dark. Remember Heraclitus the Dark, guys? Right? For example, right? According to Heraclitus. This is very very deep roots in Western history, universal history, which is part of the universal history of mankind. Okay? So, yeah, okay? So the left and the right are not these two arbitrarily discrete tendencies. They are just left and right are equal, metaphysically equal responses to the same problem. None is necessarily more true or more correct than the other. They attest to a central metaphysical paradox. Thank you so much, PJ.
Do you see the expansion of Islam into Spain and the Balkans as an extension of Mongol universalism?
You know, it's very mysterious, PJ, because where this is just about Islam and where this is about the Mongols is not very clear to me, right? The Spanish Reconquista was obviously the impetus of Islam. Basically is the reason the Spanish Empire came into existence. And the Spanish Empire was a claimant. It was an early modern empire, right? It was not an Anglo-Saxon empire, the Spanish Empire, but it was still kind of this proto-modern empire. So whether it's about Islam or whether it's about the Mongols, or as I like to say, the Mongols were part of the Islamic eschatology itself. It's very clear in the early days of Islam that there's an anticipation that these nomads, in the form of the Turks and the Scythians or whatever, that are outside of the gates of Alexander, of Dul-Qarnayn, the gates of Dul-Qarnayn in Persia, have this existential threat to the civilized world, which is pretty much the Roman empires, the Hellenistic world, and the Persian world, right? And Islam is this kind of religion eschatologically anticipating this gates being opened.
I am a Dugganist.
Thank you, Emila.
Also, please watch The Wolf in the Moonlight. Duggan Rocket.
Yeah, I've been trying to get around to that. I did see that came out. Thank you so much, Emila. I appreciate you, right? Okay, so that's why I'm like just kind of vaguely alluding to the whole Mongol modernity thing, because I want to put you guys on the track that I'm on. But there are contradictions, there are inconsistencies, there are unresolved questions. But very broadly and vaguely, I'm very confident that, yes, there is really a connection here. That much is very clear to me, right? Anyway, So okay, the basic idea is that the modern political spectrum is itself the problem. The ways of articulating modern politics suffer from a problem. The same problem. The left and right both do not actually resolve. All right, let me just put it this way, because that's not necessarily what I mean. Okay, so let's just talk about Hobbes, okay? Let's talk about Hobbes. Now that we've gotten that hard part clear, this part should be kind of a breeze, I imagine, right? Modern political metaphysics. Hobbes. Hobbes is a reactionist trying to understand the deeper order of sovereign statehood. He is looking for the building blocks or primary substances that make up a state. Hobbes is a materialist. He is looking below for what makes a state, okay? Think of him like a guy playing with Legos. He is looking for the right Lego pieces to make sense of, piece together what makes the abstract modern universal state, okay? Now this stems from Baconian metaphysical materialism, reductionism. The notion that all reality is reducible to, you know, substances or atoms, right? Indivisible, self-same things that are indifferent to the content in reality, right? That makes sense? So, for example, Francis Bacon and Thomas Hobbes, they're dealing with this materialism according to which, you know, all of reality can be reduced to these things, right, that are primary. These things are primary before reality. All the world of appearances. Now let me explain something interesting. Materialist Platonism inherent in English materialism. What is the materialist Platonism? The idea that senses do not actually how can we know the world with certainty? Through our senses, right? But our senses do not actually give only an imperfect impression of the real object. The real object, right, is base, vulgar, antecedent, pre-existing, you know, but too perfect, too sublime, too real to be sensed. Most a satanic inversion of Platonic forms, right? Give me a second. All right. So that is kind of something going on in what we call English materialism, okay? This is not like Kant's thing.
Based MAGA communism.
Thank you so
Let's
much,
spread it
Alexander.
far and wide among the masses.
Appreciate you. So this is not like Kant's thing. Guys, forgive me, all this shit is off the top of my head, so just be patient with me, right? This is not like Kant's thing, because Kant's thing in itself is an object of transcendental knowledge, not the senses. Okay, so that has to be like strongly emphasized here. Not the senses. Okay. Okay. So there you go. Okay. All right. Well, for Hobbes, simply put, the foundation of modern politics lies in simple self-interest. The substance of the state is none other than the atomic individual. Now, this is kind of clear when it comes to cynicism. Actually, as Americans, we assume this. You ask Americans, what is a state? Oh, it's just a collection of individuals. We assume that, right? That's just like a given to us. But for most people, it's not. For most people, a state is beyond the individual, right? It's not reducible to the cynicism of the individual. We have such a strong skepticism of big government and big states because we can't separate them from the individual, right? Well, the state is the rule of what? A corrupt guy, a corrupt person, right? But you have to understand this idea kind of philosophically at least, traces its origins here, right? In English materialism and in the European Enlightenment. And it's not always been a given throughout mankind's history that they view states this way, right? The idea that the state can be debased in the individual substances that make it up, right? So this is what this is what Hobbes is doing. Hobbes is basically taking a knife and butchering open the state to try and see what makes it the state, right? That's kind of the basic gesture of all modern science, is in this knife. Okay? So, this is what Hobbes is doing. That's why it's a political metaphysics. That's why it is a political metaphysics. Okay? That's why it's a political metaphysics. Okay. Now, for Hobbes, the individual is the substance of the state. Because of a split between rational individual self-interest and the interest states that was very clear in the chaos of the English Civil War, is also a reason why you might expect Hobbes to kind of ground the substance of the state and rational individual self-interest. Hobbes basically assumes that individuals and their rational self-interest precedes the state and is therefore the truth of the state. The state just emerges out of some aggregation of individual. Locke is somewhat similar. Individuals come together and agree to protect each. I'm right here, right? Rights on some contractual basis, yada, 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 right? Am I correct about Locke to have this impression of him? I'm going to confess to you, I've never read Locke. I just have this vague impression of him, that's kind of where Locke is coming from. Whereas Rousseau is kind of dealing with the general will, Locke is still basing it in a contractual relation between individuals, all right? Anyway, okay. That's English materialism, all right? Okay, so all right. So for Hobbes, it's quite simple. Hobbes articulates the atom, the germ of the modern state, in the absolutely self-interested individual. The war of all against all. That's where the war of all against all. That's where we're getting everything from here, right? The war of all against all. Okay. So, in the war of all against all, this is the metaphysical, the basic metaphysics of modern statehood. The reality behind and which gives. And what is this? Remember how I gave that stream about a communist theory of gender relations? And I talked about how feminism is based on this primordial distrust of, it's a metaphysics of sexual distrust, right? Something similar is here. Very similar, except primordial metaphysical distrust of individuals toward one and another. Okay? This is like absolute state of distrust. The distrust arises because individuals have conflicting self-interests. I want this, you want that. Guess we have to fight over it. Lol, LMAO, hee hee. Okay. I don't know, that sounds really weird actually. But we're not gonna do that one. But anyway. So yeah, individuals have conflicting self-interests. And Hobbes articulates the origin of the state in this conflict, in what you might recall from pre-Socratic Greek philosophy as the collision of the atoms. There is a... So for Hobbes, the state arises as the conclusion of a primordial repulsion of the atoms. Individuals' self-interests are inherently different from others. They coincidentally coincide, right? So I could just say they coincide by chance. Therefore, there is an inherent metaphysical repulsion between them. Okay? And why is this true if this confuses you? Even if they coincide by chance, because there's still your self-interest and my self-interest. The separation between you and me as a subject. Separation of individuals between each other is an unbridgeable gulf, right? Social relations can have no real trust. Nothing inherently unites individuals. There is no organic sociality or social whole. Again, this metaphysical Satanism based in the heartbreak, right? All traditions, right? Refuses to acknowledge any reality. Cannot be subjected to Cartesian certainty. Okay? We can only be certain in the Cartesian sense that individuals exist. Society and the state has no prior antecedent existence. It must be something that is the result of individuals. Since, for example, individuals and their self-interest empirically appear to pre-exist these abstractions. Remember what Thatcher said? Thatcher. Society doesn't exist, only individuals. Right? Remember Thatcher said this? Okay. Remember Thatcher said this? Remember Thatcher said this? Society doesn't exist, only individuals. Okay. So this is Hobbesianism, right? This is the Hobbesian, and this is a metaphysics. Again, Hobbes is not an ideologist. Is not an ideology or a political idea. It is a metaphysical assumption about the nature of politics that corresponds to the reality of the capitalist mode of production, right? Very clear Marxist analysis. Yes, this is all capitalism. Yes, we all get it. Very clear. Okay. So, in the repulsion of the atoms, according to Hobbes, right, where the war of all against all emerges a sovereign. Individuals consider it in their self-interest to just kill each other over differences, their differing interests, right? But then they realize it is in their rational self-interest. It is in their rational self-interest to, to submit to the biggest and most powerful guy who makes a deal with them to safeguard a bare minimum of their self-interest rights and protect them. In the end, the guy with the biggest stick wins out and decides that it's in everyone's interest to just restore order, right? There is no point in him killing everyone. And people, what is it called? The trade-off, what is it called? Weighing the pros and cons, decide that they cannot beat the sovereign. It would be more beneficial to just submit the sovereign, to sacrifice some of their self-interest to preserve the bare minimum, rather than die or lose all of them. Okay? So, that's kind of, for Haas, it's kind of like, yeah, think of repulsion of the atoms leads to an outcome. Chaos of atoms conflicting to each other leads to some general tendency basic dialectics, yada, yada, yada. Okay? So, for Hobbes, so how does that explain criminality? How does this explain cost-benefit? Yeah. How does this explain criminality? For Hobbes, degree of malignity remains form of those individuals who do not obey the law of the sovereign. That is the criminal. Criminals are unaligned with sovereignty. They represent atoms that do not culminate into being a part of the Leviathan's body. The Leviathan must either punish them to bring them, align them, or exterminate them, right? So, that's criminality, right? That's criminality. Criminality. The founding crime is the foundation of the state. Naked, bare, antisocial self-interest. The Leviathan labels individuals who remind it of its foundation criminals, right? Isn't that interesting? Right? Isn't it interesting how crime is the foundation of every state, according to Hobbesian metaphysics? I guess criminals are like spooky ghosts that haunt the modern universal state, right? Okay, so let's talk about malign sovereignty. Sorry, let's do postmodern in the vaguest sense. Now, this is where things get interesting, guys. This is really the crux. We have gotten 2 hours and 30 minutes into the stream to the crux of the MAGA communism Substack. Okay? We've gone to the crux of it. Thank you so much, PJ.
Based.
Thank you so much, PJ.
Yes,
Appreciate you.
because Hobbes agreed with Locke about property rights. So Midas' right is essentially criminal.
Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you. Now this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be so hard to fucking. This is like the crux. This is the hardest thing to explain. Not malign sovereignty, but okay. In the era of globality, or what I would call the triumph production under the capitalist superstructure, for example, right? In the era of globality, sovereigns are not the be-all, end-all of political power. In the era of globality, sovereigns are not the be-all, end-all of political power. The easiest example is the deep state. American sovereignty is the form of the Constitution. The deep state is a higher form of political power than the Constitution. But in practice, what is the deep state, right? The deep state is radically extimate, meaning It is the external network of, philanthropic foundations, intelligence agencies, policy-making institutions, think tanks, NGOs, universities, corporations, right? Deep state is not a secret cabal sitting in a room. It is not a king on a throne. It is a pattern of power that is more like a network, okay? That's the deep state. That's the deep state. And yet, the deep state, for example, does not destroy the sovereign. It's just that the sovereign seems to be assimilated into a reality larger than itself. Leviathan is being controlled by something bigger than Leviathan itself. No, not the state of emergency, according to Schmitt. Again, Schmitt still works off of Hobbesian metaphysics. So Schmitt, we are beyond the realm of Schmitt, okay? Okay. Now, quantum physics. Woo! Woo! Mystical. I'm just kidding. It's like, woo! Quantum physics! Alright, basically, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple as far as significance. The era of atoms, monads, simple substances, individuated particles, basically over. As primary building blocks of reality is basically over. Even scientifically. The radical logic of post-modernity. Okay, so what can we learn from quantum physics here, right? The basic idea within quantum physics is that, vaguely, by the way, if you are one of those who goes around trying to correct people on fickle technicalities and their inability to be precise as evidence they don't know anything about what they're talking about, please go fuck yourself and other things I can't say. You fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate you. Right? Vaguely, it is fair to say this. Quantum physics establishes a paradoxical relationship between quantum physics introduces concepts like wave-particle duality, superposition, spooky action, contingency, so on and so forth, right? And wave function collapse or decoherence, so on and so forth, etc. Okay? The mystery of quantum physics is that I'm drawing a lot from Zizek here, by the way, but I've done my own research over time. Yeah, entanglement, that's another one. I forgot that. There's another one that I've done my own research though, right? But the basic mystery of quantum physics is that you cannot discern the outcome of a given superposition or oscillation, quantum oscillation, before measuring it, right? Once you measure a given quantum system, it bears the outcome of a single particle. Additionally, decoherence occurs. Decoherence of waves occur to reflect just a single outcome out of many possibilities. Okay, so very vaguely, I'm gonna if you're not familiar with quantum physics, if you're not familiar with what you probably are from pop science, almost everyone is, but if you're not, I'll just basically explain to you that instead of beginning with these units of atoms, in quantum mechanics or quantum physics, these extremely small quantum basically means small, particles exist in a state of superposition, right? Which means they're in multiple states at the same time. And this is also reflected as a wave function. They're literally waves, right? Like they're in multiple places at once. This is called a quantum oscillation. And there's no way from this quantum oscillation to know where that particle, where the thing is, right? Exactly. It's an oscillation. I'm not getting it exactly correct, but it's just like it's vaguely correct what I'm saying. Okay. Well, after measuring the quantum system or the quantum oscillation, it culminates into one outcome, only one possible outcome, one particle. So it's a wave-particle duality. Before it's measured, it's detected as a wave. But then once you measure it, it's like reality gaslights you and says, no, that was never a wave. That's just one particle. That's just one normal particle, right? So basically, it's like reality is just gaslighting you, right? It's kind of the idea, right? So then they call it the decoherence, that basically once it's measured, these waves, this particle can even interact with its surrounding particles that it's entangled with, right? Like small subatomic particles, to produce a macro physical outcome. So this this uncertainty that's going at the micro subatomic particle level, the outcome of measurement, this is the scary part, actually comes to determine, or at least culminate in some macro physical determination, right? So there's many stupid ways of interpreting quantum mechanics. Heisenberg, copium, empiricism. Sorry. Niels Bohr. Copenhagen. Copium. Let's just ignore it. Many worlds. Fringe tardation. Each of those superimposed states actually literally exist, but in just another dimension. Marvel superhero verse. Okay. If you believe this, I mean, damn, that's horrible. This is like the DGG view of the world, right? Okay, all right, so there's many interpretations. I kind of, I recommend Zizek's way of interpreting them via the lens of dialectics, right? Okay, but anyway, the other way you can think of it is that, you know, I agree with Zizek that basically, I agree with the basic thrust of Zizek's interpretation, that quantum mechanics should force us to change our view of what reality is. Instead of many worlds theory or positivistic copium, we must change, develop a new ontology itself. The nature of being is inherently paradoxical, dialectical, contradictory, etc., 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 right? So, yeah, I basically agree with Zizek's view here, but I will introduce my own point, which is retro-causality. Now, what is this? According to this view, reality is still, in a sense, deterministic. Strangely, this is what's... Guys, this is so fucking important for the MAGA communism thing. You're going to see why in a second, okay? I'm giving you a vague introduction to the quantum physics thing, and you're going to see why. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me, you're going to fucking see why, okay? Trust me. You're going to fucking see why. All right? Strangely, the outcome retrocausally, it's not that quantum superposition is necessarily imminently random or chaotic. It is that the outcome determines the decoherence of the waves from the future. Isn't that fucking interesting, guys? So the outcome, in a sense, influences the beginning. That is spooky, right? Yes, it is hyperstition. It literally is hyperstition. Literally, yes, it's hyperstition. Yes. You know what else basically has this? Communist Manifesto. The Communist Manifesto is literally written this way. This thing from the future has arrived to come and fuck up reality. Sorry, to come and change everything. Everyone is going to turn into proletariat or bourgeoisie. The final confrontation is already here from the future, right? That's like basically how the book is written. That's literally there in the Communist Manifesto, right? More or less. But yeah, you think of Terminator 2. Yeah, Terminator. You're a normal, cool kid. Then Arnold comes. Get to the chopper! And all of a sudden, you're running around and explosions and crazy shit going on. All out of nowhere. Thank you so much, the Black Pack.
Have you looked at AD-CFT theory? QM and gravity have so far been irreconcilable. QM deals with the small, gravity with the large.
I know, yeah. I've read it in
AD-CFT is a way to unify these seemingly opposite phenomena.
Yeah, Zizek talks about that idea of quantum gravity. Thank you so much, Black. I haven't gotten too much into that or thought about it, but It's obviously on my list to do that, right? This is basically what Marx, Engels do to us in the manifesto, right? Or are at least saying capital is doing to us. It's the same thing, right? Conflict of the future, just like Skynet versus humanity, right? That's literally how the Communist Manifesto is, like, more or less. That's very much it's why it's called the Communist Manifesto. Germany was not some, like, developed capitalists. No, it was like 98% of people were farming and just like a backwoods place. It was just this thing they were anticipating, which was changing reality from the future. So, Anglo-Saxon metaphysics, the primacy of substance. Chinese metaphysics. Let's call it Chinese, because we don't know what else to call it, right? Chinese metaphysics. Chinese metaphysics, the primacy of the virtual object, the thing that is animating all reality, comes from the future, retrocausal, and it becomes determinate only as a unity of opposites. Okay? Not some vulgar substance that pre-exists spirit. Okay? So that's kind of really important here, right? And basically he's talking about, alluding to the fact, in the 20th century, this is what my book is about, guys, by the way. There is this metaphysical revolution basically between these two, right?
We mecha tankies come
Thank
from
you,
the
Mila.
future to terminate the cringe.
Yes.
Also, I watched Wandering Earth 1 today. It was very good but very sad. _Skynet 2036.
Thank you so much, Mila. I still have to watch Wandering Earth 2. I still haven't. I don't even know it's still in theaters, but whatever. I'll get around to finding a way to watch it somehow. Okay. Okay, so we've got that part clear, right? Now I'm going to explain to you the significance. So retrocausality should be clear to you. The basic idea of retrocausality is that all substances and things in reality are oriented toward virtually toward something coming from the future. The future is influencing the past, basically making sense of it. Sorry, basically creating itself from the future. This is not some obscurantist or mystical point. What do I actually mean here? Because the key element is virtuality. That something is oriented in a certain direction, but not necessarily there. So it's not really like this exists in the future already. It's more like the future realizes itself by creating its own past, just a way of describing how things emerge. Things emerge already latent with their own outcome. The outcome exists before it becomes it's fully determined. Okay, for example, I'll give you examples of retrocausality. For example, right? If a fucking, I don't know, if a subatomic particle is charged in a certain way, I don't want to fucking do this, right? It's so hard to explain this logic. The outcome doesn't actually exist somewhere in the future. The future is not a place. It's just a way of describing how things are emerging. Emerge. Like, for example, fucking bear with me. I'm doing this all the time in my head. For example, the outcome is already implicit in the moments culminating in it, because those moments, because you cannot really explain the parts or moments of a thing without taking into account the direction and orientation. That's what I mean. For example, take any human individual. If you just reduced the individual to their specific features, you would get an incomplete picture of them. In order to understand an individual, you need to understand their dreams, their goals, their ambitions, what keeps them motivated to wake up every day. That is their virtual orientation. What gives purpose to their life, right? Things are the same way. Material objects are the same way. They are already oriented towards specific outcomes that, in a sense, not simply pre-exist them, but determine, are their reason for existing. As a moment in the development, a given material, objective material reality. Okay? Other examples of retrocausality. Hegel's cunning of reason. The Hegelian universal state is a retrocausal state. It, via history, which culminates in it. Keep this part in mind, because I'm going to talk about Kojève pretty soon. So keep this fucking part in mind, okay? The Hegelian universal state is a retrocausal state, via history, which culminates in it. The motivations, the actions, the details of individuals and their self-interests, the coming and going, the hither and thither of conflicts, etc., are all being manipulated by the cunning of reason, which is merely realizing itself from the future to culminate in the universe state, which is the basis of absolute knowing. Okay? Hegel's phenomenology am I spelling this right? Of spirit is written this way, right? Beginning from simple substances to animals to humans to state to religion, and then to absolute knowing. The end of Hegel's book is realizing itself from the future, each time a new chapter. It gets to a new chapter. This is what is driving the book to its conclusion. Okay? All right. Okay. So Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit is written retrocausally. This is also in the Logic. This is Capital. I'm giving you many examples. Volume 1 to 3, right? The transformation, prices of production, of values, prices, and vice versa. How individual labor power translates into social labor. How the price of individual commodities translates into labor value. Labor value. Finally, right? How differing relative rates of profit translate into aggregate profits, right? Okay. All retrocausal. Okay. My fucking keyboard is broken, alright? That's the truth. My keyboard is broken, okay? Keyboard is broken. Alright, retrocausality. Okay? Now, finally, the idea of malign sovereignty. Hobbesian individual criminal. Modern metaphysics. Malign sovereign. Postmodern metaphysics. There is a parallel. There's a parallel, okay? The malign sovereign does not end, is a new category of criminality. How? How is there a parallel? Or how can the transition from classical physics to modern physics explain transition from Hobbes to Hegel? Or Haas? Should I be that arrogant? Or is that too arrogant? You know? How can that be affected? Right? Well, it's simple, right? Malign sovereignty implies polarity as the truth that individual substances are polarized. Hobbes's individual substance is just the self-interested individual, perfect atom, simple substance. Malign sovereignty polarizes the actions, thoughts, behaviors, ideas, language, etc. of individuals such that you can no longer explain their motivations in terms of self-interest. What's an example of this, by the way? Example: Russia, Russia, Russia. Russiagate. Rachel Maddow. Russia. Right? What do you mean? How do I explain this? In Russiagate, Russia is responsible for an entire series and network of actions, behaviors, tendencies, language, ideas, consciousness, etc. on part of multiple individuals. It is not the result of some criminality, interest. It is a malign sovereignty, which is polarizing individuals with fake news to become criminals. This is a radically retrocausal logic that you know, is consistent with the quantum term. Instead of Hobbes's self-interested individuals, you now have polarities which somehow pre-exist self-interested motivation. It's not only pre-exist, but even polarize self-interested motivation. Trump is a criminal is not the full story. The full story is Trump is a criminal because Russia, he is being bribed, blackmailed by Russia. Now, I could kind of talk about and go on a tangent of the McCarthyite Red Scare, the Red Scare in general, how the Red Scare kind of precedes Russiagate, and so on and so forth. But, you know, that is just something I want you to think about on your own. I'm not going to get into it here. I just want you to think about it on your own. Modern quantum theory is fundamentally opposed to deterministic views on reality. Unless they're retrocausal. Unless you have a retrocausal interpretation. So, shut the fuck up, dumbass. Okay. So this is the basic idea. So, the definition. Aligned sovereignty is referring to this socialized criminality, in a sense. Entire states are criminal. Malign sovereigns. Okay. All right. Theory of alignment. Okay. I kind of feel like I know I'm not that sophisticated. I'm not claiming to be that sophisticated. But I feel like in terms of like this level of... In terms of like the substance here, I feel like this is like a college, like a graduate level fucking lecture I'm giving, right? I hope you guys are putting... I hope this is making sense for a lot of you. I hope you're starting to catch on to what we're talking about here. Okay, the theory of alignment. Let's go back to universal state. The modern universal state should be thought of as a continuum. Think of it as the continuum of modern universal formalism. Uninterrupted, pure universal form. Or, if you are a Marxist, think of uninterrupted flow of exchange value, right? All the same thing. The modern universal state should be thought of as a continuum. It's a continuum of modern universal formalism. Okay, sure. This continuum has culminated in a globality, which, for Popper's open society, the idea of the open society is interesting, right? The idea of the open society is interesting. Give me a second. Oh, man. Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you, man.
It is college level, but it's also structurally Lacanian condensation, which makes it a very different kind of format.
Yeah, I think so, PJ. I think, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you. So the idea of the open society is here interesting, right? Because the basic, first of all, there's the notion of the idea that because of the experience of totalitarianism, Hannah Arendt, the Hobbesian sovereign can become bad. Leading to totalitarianism. Like the horrible evils of communism and fascism. Okay. So, for Popper, sovereigns must be kept in check, just like sovereigns must keep individuals in check. Criminals in check, right? And I know this is different. This is different from social contract. How is it different? Because the open society factor. Instead of individuals, instead of the people keeping the sovereign in check, the system must. Society's institutions have to do it by keeping society institutionally open. By being open, societies can be aligned with the global unipolar world order, allowing the free proliferation of information, commodities, people, money, trade, culture, ideas, whatever. paradox of tolerance means that all those forces conducive to closing society cannot be tolerated and must be exterminated somehow, right? So that's kind of Popper's open society, right? And how it relates to the theory of alignment. Now let's talk about the implications this has for theory of political gravity. Okay. Instead of the war of all against all, you now also have the chaos of malign sovereign or totalitarianism, commonly understood as Nazism, fascism, right? Why is everyone called a fascist? Just like the natural state for Hobbes is the war of all against all, for today's globalist liberals following from Popper, Nazism is the natural state of globality. If we are not vigilant enough, the malign force of Nazism will swallow all of us into, will pull us all into its vortex. Bosch's claim of a Nazgul vortex is an example of this thinking. For example, right? For example, for globalist liberals, all unaligned states are malign sovereigns and are therefore, yes, fascist. They claim Syria, North Korea, China, Russia is Hitler, right? Fascism, Nazism, and Hitler, Nazi, fascist, Hitlerism. Hitler. But they do, right? Okay. Internally, okay, so that's clear, right? Now you know why. So why? Why? Why though, right? Why? Why? Because they do fucking do this. If you don't know that they do this, you are unfamiliar with anything from the New York Times, or you're a fucking idiot. They do that, okay? Yes, they do this, okay? So why do they do it? Well, the reason they do this why? Because those societies, because they have not been, are not kept artificially open, have fallen into vortex of authoritarianism, or the closed society, right? Why is this vortex? Why is there such a
based?
It would be very interesting to hear a debate between you and Douglas Dietrich about fascism versus communism.
Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you. Why is there such a metaphysical primacy of the closed society? Why does the open society have to be kept artificially open because of the paradox of tolerance. And because without enlightened institutions, people are too backward, ignorant, lost, impassioned, emotional, etc. to be allowed. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Great stream. Very informative and important.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate you. Right? And because without enlightened institutions, people are too backward, ignorant, lost, impassioned, emotional to be allowed to express their own general will. By the way, guys, Rousseau is based as fuck! Right? But we're not going to get into that. Because the general will, that's MAGA. MAGA is the general will, right? Anyway. Okay. Sorry. We're getting late here, but we're gonna continue this. I'm gonna see this through to its conclusion, no matter what. Right? Okay, anyway. So paradoxically, the problem with sovereigns or gangsta monarchies is not that they are too controlled, but that they are too wild. Think of Kim Jong Gangsta-un, his gangsta nukes. Think of Ayatollah-based gangsta nuclear particles, etc. Right? That's what it is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's the problem. Politics naturally pulls in the direction of Nazism according to globalist liberalism. Why? Or why Nazism specifically? Globalism is based in the legacy of Nazism. The institutions of NATO, EU, even to an extent Bretton Woods, etc., Universal, the UN, either formed in response to Nazism after the World Wars, or directly inherited the Nazi legacy, right? Let's talk about Nazism. Nazism, in terms of international relations, was the arbitrary violation of another country's sovereignty and plunging the world into chaos as a result of Hitler's maniacal, crazy ambitions, yada, yada, right? Okay, in terms of international relations, there's that angle, but then also it was this natural evolution of modern bourgeois order that secretly find tempting, or at least fascinating, right? It resolved the contradiction between left and right from the perspective of the bourgeoisie, preserving the dynamical change of industrial capitalism with rigid political order of dictatorship, right? Okay, that's also why it has this kind of fascinating significance from the perspective of liberalism. False sublation, false Hegelian universal state, but nonetheless some kind of okay. This is also called, what is that fucking book? That book is called Reactionary Modernism. In that one book whose author I forgot. Okay, so there's that, right? All right, so globalist institutions. The founding sin of globe is Nazism. Globalist liberals throughout the Cold War employed Nazi mercenaries to fight communism. They are also using Azov neo-Nazis today in Ukraine. Yada, yada, yada. Right? Okay. So, it's a repressed founding sin. Nazism. The repressed founding sin. Fuck! Founding sin. Used as a wild rabid dog on a leash by globalist liberalism. State of emergency. Tool of liberals to do the dirty work they cannot do in the light of day. Liberals secretly think Nazis are right, are just find the consequences distaste and icky. What the fuck is this? Anyway. Okay, so that's where we're coming from with the theory of political gravity, okay? That's where we're coming from when it comes to the theory of political gravity, okay? All right. Fuck. I am like, so tired, man. I didn't know this would take so long. I'm gonna keep going. Don't worry, guys. Just give me a second to take a breather. Oh, man. The things I do for you guys, you know? And I just basically, you know, I just do it for free. I'm just kidding. I'm so grateful to you guys. I mean, I do it without any recognition. Really, you know? Nobody gives me credit. You guys do, but yeah. President Sunday is live soy reacting to my stream. All right, President Sunday should get in my VC or should call me on Discord right now and voice any objections to anything I've said so far. And what have I said that discredits me or whatever? Like, you can go ahead and do that right now. Let's just do that now. So President Sunday can just... Let's just call them on Discord. I'm pretty sure I have them added. If they don't pick up, they're the biggest pussy of all time. All right, well, they didn't pick up. That looks like pussy to me. Okay. Anyway. All right. Pull up his stream. Sure, I'll just do that. Brief intermission, right? So he's doing be right back. Not sure why. Form of its thought, or to the extent.
No. The point is he's dividing ontology between mind stuff and physical stuff, and mind stuff exists because of a reduction of the physical stuff into basically nothing. So,
but how do you take physical things into consideration outside of that reduction to the mind? What is left of physical things outside of that reduction? You know what I mean? What is left? How do you relate to that? What is left of that? You know? That's the fucking point.
You take away everything until you reduce down to that which is simply and obviously given. I'm bullshitting this, by the way. Or not bullshitting this. I'm going to do a hack job of this because I'm not a philosophy major. But that's basically the idea. What Descartes is going to do is he's going to reduce the world into two parts. The part that is the stuff that you experience in the world, and the stuff that is simply and obviously given. The cogito ergo sum, right? That stuff is immediate and is not mediated, probably using language that's not appropriate to Descartes, but it's not mediated by your senses and with respect to the world. You can introspect, and you can find the things that simply are obvious, that simply are given. That's what he's doing. Ugh!
And again, reducing being to the extent to which, reducing certainty of being to the extent to which, assuming radical doubt, right, to the form of its intelligibility, right, let's just say, to which it is thinkable, right? Thinking is the only proof of being.
Okay.
That's Descartes' kind of modern revolution.
Not exactly,
in metaphysics.
But okay.
And from this, you kind of get the scientific method, and you get all these other things unique to...
Descartes doesn't need to prove being because Descartes existed and Descartes knew he existed.
Yeah, and the only proof he had that he fucking existed was that he thinks. Why? What are you fucking talking about?
Descartes... Whatever.
Western or Anglo-Saxon modernity. He's just beginning from this assumption of bad faith that is like fundamentally unjustifiable. Like, oh, I have to make sure that I read Haas in the most bad faith way possible to justify the extremely unfair way that he's maligned on Twitter as an idiot, which is just not provable in anything substantive. Oh, there's a clip of Haas saying something, or there's a clip of Haas yelling. Oh, that proves he's stupid. But you actually get me to debate any of these fucking people. They can't hold their own. That's why President Sunday won't even fucking debate me right now. According to which reality reducible to the way we, the extent to which it can be known, accessed, thought of, etc. Right? That's kind of what you're dealing with in the case of Descartes. So that opens up every...
No, reality is not reducible to the way it can be known. Oh my god, man. No. No, that's completely wrong.
Okay. Why is it wrong? Everything, right? The Baconian materialists. Oh, don't get anything? Okay. Francis Bacon, Thomas Hobbes, they're all part of this same movement,
She's
right?
so hot.
They're part of the same trend in history, which is dealing with the same kind of reduction. So, oh, he's in the call. Okay. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, it seems like you have a number of objections to what I've said, so I want you to...
I do, and I want to forewarn you. I was not anticipating this, so I am
I don't care. You
massively intoxicated at the moment, so I will try my best.
Why does it? Okay, hold on. If you're why every time I like confront someone who like makes this accusation that I don't know what I'm talking about or whatever, and then I'm like, okay, put your money where your mouth is.
By the way, if I may, you surprised me a little bit. You know, you said some crazy stuff. I can't for the life of me recall what it was, but you were making weird leaps that indicate that you are not actually that stupid. You've read stuff, and that's interesting to see.
Well, I
Sorry,
know
what were you
I've
saying?
read stuff, dude, but
I know you know you've read stuff,
yeah,
but I didn't know you've read stuff.
Okay, why can't I ever talk to someone who will soberly, meaning they don't have an excuse, actually like prove why the way I'm unfairly maligned on the internet is like a guy who knows nothing at all is somehow justifiable because of your radically bad faith interpretations of the things I say on stream. Like, what is it exactly that I
Well,
said?
I don't think my interpretations of what you said on stream are bad faith, but I will give you this. I will offer you this, however. If you would like to prepare a discussion on whatever it is we're talking about,
why don't
here,
you
because
just
I'm hours behind you.
Okay, why don't you just confront
I would be very happy to accommodate that.
Why don't you just confront me with what you think I'm so wrong about?
Because I'm 2 hours behind you, and I don't know what you're responding to, and I don't know what I would be drawing upon specifically.
Okay, well, to be
reply to you
clear,
with.
I'm providing an introduction, and I'm trying to really simplify a lot of the things that are necessary to understand to read my MAGA Communism Substack, because that Substack is drawing from a lot of ideas. For a beginner, they're not really understanding where I'm coming from, so that's really what I'm trying to develop.
By they you mean your general audience.
I actually think that I have made novel contributions to political theory, however minor or insignificant. I want to die on that hill. I have made novel contributions to political theory.
Well, I haven't gone through yet, so I'm quite certain I don't know if you have or you have not. There are some things.
What have I gotten wrong so far, by the way?
What have you gotten wrong so far? Well, once again, like I said, I'm approaching this live. I'm listening to it passively. There are some things that I would probably be able to, on review, identify, but as of right this moment, I do not have.
Wait, so you can't even name a single thing? You can't name a single thing I was wrong about?
No, this is an off-the-cuff live stream, and I'm very
like
intoxicated.
A massive dumbass? Like, shouldn't that be easy to name one thing?
Oh, I don't think you're a massive dumbass. I think you're a sellout. There's a difference.
Yeah, but
in the same way as Chud Logic, which is sad because I think you actually.
But if I'm not a massive dumbass, why is that my reputation? Like, according to everyone, like on Twitter. And
that's not my opinion.
But
I think you're cynical. I don't think you're a massive dumbass.
But you actively contribute to the impression people have of me that I have nothing of any significance to say because either everything I'm saying is meaningless or it's just
well, off the top of my head, I think that is the case, but I think that's a matter of your choice. I don't think that's because you don't have the capacity to actually make an actual positive contribution to the world. I didn't say a
positive contribution. I said I have nothing to say that should provoke any thoughts from anyone, for example. Like, I don't have any thoughts.
Have I said so?
I don't have any ideas to bring to the table that are ideas that are worth consideration or at least thinking about it. However, even if you want to do it from a hostile perspective, I mean, like, even if you want to do it from the perspective of, like, okay, this guy's bad, his ideas would lead to bad or undesirable outcomes from a moral perspective, or they're ideologically wrong, right, or ideologically scary, right? But when people just say, I have nothing, that I'm just a Nazbol, I have no, like, unique worldview, and it's not a worldview that's been thought out before, and it's not coming from a place of having
I'm going to be
an above average
extremely
acquaintance.
reductive, just for the sake of clarity, because if I get lost in the weeds, I'm going to lose the plot very easily right now. But my general impression of you is not that you are stupid. My general impression of you is that you found yourself into a corner where a lot of people have, people like Chud Logic, for etc. And by the way, I actually appreciated, I mean, unfortunately, it was coming from you given your recent history, but I appreciated you holding his feet to the fire, for him selling himself as a what was it, a Mark Fisher socialist, and then changing like that as soon as he saw an easy buck. But I think generally, what you are is someone who probably had at some point early on, some real convictions, or at the very least, you felt a real sense of belonging in a certain political sphere, and you realize, like so many people do, that if you didn't shill for a particular set of positions, or if you didn't exaggerate yourself into a cartoon character, that you would have, you wouldn't be able to sell yourself. And I think that your attempt to do so has sort of consumed you. I'm not in a position to substantiate that right now. I haven't spent a considerable amount of time thinking about you. But that's generally my impression of what's happened with respect to you. I don't think you're stupid at all.
You can say that I sold out, and I can get to that in a second, but don't you think it's kind of weird how just because you disagree with someone, for example, on their position on the Ukraine conflict, that suddenly maligns every other attribute and aspect of their character? Like, you disagree with this person on this one issue, the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Once again, I'm not in a position to hash out the particulars of that. I'd be happy to do that.
No, you don't have to hash out the particulars.
But just hang on, bear with me for 1 second.
But the truth is, you don't have to.
But here's the rub, though. Okay. So if someone determines that you're being cynical on this one point, okay, and that's generally the perception. It's not that you're stupid, but that you're cynical. If someone has determined, I'm not saying that that's been adequately justified or not. If someone has determined that you're cynical on this one point, then it stands to reason that you would be willing to be cynical and dishonest on another point. And so your right to charity at that point drops a little bit. And I think that's what's happened.
But hold on. The problem is not cynicism, according to the actual reputation that has defined me, in the streamer community and on Twitter or wherever you else want to go. The impression is that, I'm just a complete dumb fuck who doesn't have any interesting ideas or anything interesting to say. And, I'm not well read on anything. I'm not educated. I'm just like a dumb guy who yells, and that's it. Right? That's pretty much.
No, I think that's a bit of a character that you play, and I think it takes a certain level of intelligence to do that deliberately. However, I think there is a certain.
I see. It's not. The problem, President Sunday, is that I know this more than anyone because
just Sunday. By the way, you don't need to go with the whole President Sunday thing.
My goal isn't actually to be perceived in a good way necessarily. It's just that I want the things that I say to be judged based on what is actually being said, rather than being so radically misinterpreted. Such a horrible lens of bad faith. I could say something. And then Hakeem can say the same thing, and he'll get praised as a genius. Oh, that's so interesting, Hakeem. I want to write a 5,000-page, book on what.
Does an example spring to mind? Do you have something in particular that you're thinking of when you say that?
Yeah, all the time, actually.
But do you have something just for the sake of clarity? Do you have a particular? I'm not. If you don't, that's fine. That doesn't mean it's not true. I'm just curious.
If you take a given Hakeem video, which is trying to run down, I guess, capitalist realism by Mark Fisher or some shit, everyone thinks that's so radical and that's so profound. But if I do a video engaging in an actual novel reconciliation between Alexander Dugin and Zizek's ideas in a way that I don't really think anyone's ever thought about before, or at least expressed that thought, that's just nothing, right?
Well, I would be interested to see what video you have in mind in particular, but I will say this: Alexander Dugin is not renowned as a critical thinker. He is a strong methodological nationalist, and I have a number of problems with him, which I would like to elaborate on with preparation later on.
Okay, but Dugan.
It's an unusual. How do I want to put this? Dugan and Zizek are antithetical in the sense that Zizek is somebody who is invested in breaking down the reasons for the presumptions that govern how we conceive the world, whereas Dugan is highly reductionistic and essentialist and tries to characterize these vastly problematic and complicated political entities as if they could be simply summarized by reference to something like national character or something like that. That's very off the cuff.
Dugan has a very rigorous, an extremely rigorous and consistent philosophy, and he doesn't play in such vague.
Consistency and rigor are not the same thing. Sometimes you can achieve a high level of consistency by eschewing rigor.
Because, for example, Dugan can tell you what he means by national character. If you read his book, Ethnos and
yes,
Society.
but if somebody who knows better does not find that justification sufficient, then that's where
you're judging Dugan from an ideologically loaded perspective, as if his goal.
Kind of the opposite, actually. I'm kind of judging Dugan from the perspective of somebody who spends a lot of time concerned with material that is specifically concerned with criticizing the presumptions with which Dugan must on board in order to make the claims that he does.
You're completely wrong, though. If you're saying Dugan's not a critical philosopher,
look. Once again,
why do you have to keep cutting me off? Are you scared?
Oh no, I'm cutting off for a particular reason though. Just bear with me. I'm not attacking you. Where I was going is, I am perfectly happy to have a critical discussion about Dugan, etc. But I am very particular about approaching serious topics like this with preparation under the clearest circumstances possible. I would be happy to schedule something in a couple of weeks wherein we can prepare and we can discuss this.
If you're not prepared for any scrutiny?
Because you asked me and I was obliging you.
I didn't.
This is not my definitive statement.
I didn't ask you your opinion on Dugan. You said a bunch of baseless things about.
What did you ask me? I can't quite recall.
I told you, why is it justified if you disagree with someone on a specific political issue? Why is it then justified to completely malign all other aspects of their character? I mean, isn't that kind of like, look?
It depends. If you're carrying water for a regime that's killing a lot of innocent people. At that point, like your character is kind of a wash, right?
First of all, we can get into that in a second, right? I'm happy to get into that, but
I'm not. By the way, I would like to approach a serious issue like that with preparation, under conditions of sobriety, etc.
So you don't need preparation to like condemn someone, but you need preparation to justify.
Have I condemned you?
Yes.
How so?
You've condemned me as a sellout.
I think you're a sellout, yes. But once again, you caught me unprepared.
Also actively contributed to the maligning of my reputation, right?
I think you've done so sufficiently by yourself. I don't think you've needed any help from me.
Believe it or not, Sunday, how people have come to judge me is not based on anything self-evident. It's based on a specific and very meticulous campaign to depict me in a certain way.
Because I think what I've seen, with all due respect, is I've seen a short, angry man yelling at people in public in defense of a regime that has bombed schools and hospitals.
Sure. Let's begin with that. Like the whole short, angry man yelling at people in public. So, first of all, I don't even know where this impression came from that like. Who really? I mean, I've always joked about my relatively short height. I don't
think your shortness matters. I think when you're defending a regime that has resulted in parents losing their children.
No, you don't. What do you mean, dude?
That has resulted in parents losing their children. Your shortness is funny and should be made fun of.
Okay, but why do you make it seem like? But that only works. It only works to make fun of a guy who's 5'8" if he's bothered by it. But I'm not bothered by it. Like.
We're talking about it. You seem a little bothered by it.
Hold on, Sunday. I'm talking about
it. See, if you talk about me being bald, for example, I would move on from it immediately.
Sunday,
I'd find it funny myself.
Sunday, we can get into other things too, but it's the first thing you mentioned, right? If I ask you Sunday, what is the negative thing about me? You just gave it to me. So it's like, you could have said anything else, but as long as you latch onto it as like a significant, as long as that's
if you were asking me for the negative thing about you,
okay,
I would go way back to when you tried to distinguish yourself by shouting into your microphone until it peaked to the point where you couldn't even be audible.
No, you know
anymore.
what? I think
you did so as a novelty, and I think that was smart. But the problem is, you were a bit of a one-trick pony, and that's all you had at the end of the day.
Sunday, let's actually do that. I prefer to focus on the yelling then. Okay. Everyone likes to focus on my yelling, but nobody wants to evaluate the causes. When have I ever yelled? Really? Maybe there's I've been streaming every day for like 2 years, so I'm sure you can find 1 or 2 exceptions.
You're asking the wrong guy. I haven't paid that much attention to you.
Okay. All of the famous cases of me yelling were justified. For example...
Perspective philosophy? Sure, I'll grant that one.
Okay.
That's all I've seen.
I don't think I yelled that hard with perspective philosophy. I don't remember. But
I remember you literally were inaudible at one point because your microphone peaked.
Okay. Regardless.
It was funny, actually.
In almost every famous case of me yelling, like Socialism Done Left or Vosh, sure, it is always preceded by an extreme level of disrespect coming from them. I have never actually disrespected, let alone like screamed at someone, or I don't really scream, yelled at someone loudly, if it wasn't preceded by a level of disrespect toward my humanity. If I'm trying to have a human conversation with you in good faith, and you immediately start making assumptions about my level of intelligence just because of the way I talk or the way I look, and you're starting to dismiss me and disrespect me and call me names and start cutting me off, why should I tolerate that? Why shouldn't I just fucking, of course I'm going to get angry. Of course it will anger me. Why wouldn't it, right? I'm not a fake person. I'm actually...
I have no answer for you, and I wouldn't tolerate that myself. However, once again, you find yourself in a situation where you were approaching strangers on the basis of, off the top of my head, minimal evidence, in defense of a regime that has caused a lot of innocent people to lose family members.
Okay, let's assume I'm so radically immoral because of Russia, which is something you don't want to talk about, so let's not talk about, right? The fact of the matter, Sunday, is that
you saw the bodies of children, and you rated that beneath.
Okay, but you don't want to talk about it. So
of your ideological position.
Sunday, if you want to talk about it, talk about it. If you don't. Okay.
I'll talk about it with 2 weeks' notice.
Okay, so
as of
talk
right
about
now,
it in 2
we'll
weeks'
leave that.
Don't,
we'll leave that aside for now.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Things that you're not prepared to defend, right? If you don't want pushback. Anyway, I'm just for the sake of argument going to assume. Like, let's just for the sake of argument.
I am a little bit curious. How many bodies would be too much before you would turn on Putin?
So, do you want to go down this road of Russia?
I just want a numerical answer.
I reject the claim that Russia bears the responsibility.
Russia trespassed on the borders of Ukraine. Ukraine did not trespass on the borders of Russia.
The fact of the matter is that Russia had a legitimate...
That is the fact of the matter.
No, the fact of the matter is that Russia...
That is the fact of the matter. Russia was not in Russia when those deaths accrued.
Again, I'm going to repeat this. Russia has a legitimate interest in defending its own national security.
It has a legitimate interest. It does not have a legitimate claim. These are distinct. Every country has an interest in every country's territory.
Russia doesn't need a legitimate claim to Ukraine.
It doesn't need a legitimate claim in your judgment to destroy the lives of thousands and thousands of innocent people.
Did Britain have a legitimate claim to Germany? They didn't need one. They were just defending themselves against an aggressive power, weren't they?
Yes, but the difference is that Germany was rolling tanks over the borders of other countries. Ukraine was not. That's what Russia was doing.
Well, if you focus only on Ukraine and Russia, even then it's not true, right? But if you don't have the broader perspective of NATO, you can't...
I suppose the Germans did have recourse to the international cabal of Jewry.
I'm not sure why you're bringing that up, as if it's relevant. Why are you bringing that up? Like, what...
It's an analogy, Haas. Give me 2 weeks, we can talk about it.
Hold on. Sunday, it's not an analogy, because if you don't take into...
It's directly an analogy.
Sunday, NATO is an organization which was created to fight and invade Russia, and actually genocide the Russian people in Operation Unthinkable, if you've never heard of that. Okay, so this is the founding casus belli of NATO as an
Look,
organization.
I don't need to be a NATO simp to condemn a criminal
Sunday,
gang leader for rolling
Sunday,
tanks
Sunday,
into civilian
Sunday,
centers and
you have
bombing
to let me
hospitals and
speak and not
schools.
cut me off. If you want,
No, I don't.
So, is your position an irrational one?
Yeah.
So again, you're just.
I have an irrational. I have an irrational rage that I cannot quell for when
Right,
somebody
well-
carries water for people they do not understand because it gives
Even
them
as
an
a-
easy
as a-
buck
How can
who
how
are
can you be a
killing
so-called progressive
children.
Okay,
I have
Sunday,
no.
Sunday,
I just explode.
Sunday. If you're going to create a barrier to rational discourse, doesn't that kind of invalidate your claims to being like a progressive, enlightened thinker? Your thinking is
I
not
am.
based.
I am. You were thinking of the wrong kind of progressive, my friend.
Okay. Well, what's the problem with me yelling out? I mean, you're not even willing to have a rational disagreement over something. You can't.
I
Even
actually am. I am entirely, and in
Oh,
fact,
let me-
what I've
let me-
said
let me
repeatedly,
impose upon
what
you
I have said,
okay,
what I have said quite
Sunday,
repeatedly.
let me impose upon you
What
a
I've said quite
Cartesian
repeatedly is that I would be happy to have
Sunday,
an extended discussion
Sure,
with
sure.
preparation
Sunday,
at some point in the future
Sunday,
at your
Sunday,
convenience.
Sunday.
Yes.
How can you know that your position is even correct if you foreclosed yourself to hearing the other side?
I do not. I have foreclosed myself to hearing the other side on whether or not the pride of Russia is worth
Again,
the
no one has said
grinding
anything.
of thousands
No
of
one-
children
no
into
one said
hamburger.
anything- No one said anything about the pride of Russia. And I'm pretty sure, Sunday, that you've expressed absolutely zero indignation over the children in the Donbass who've been getting slaughtered since 2014. You never gave a fuck
It's
about
a
them.
damn shame that Russia
never
fomented
gave
a
a
civil
fuck.
war and used the Donbass as a human shield.
They did it because the people in the Donbass didn't want to submit to the fucking junta
Then
government.
why is
Yeah.
it a civil war? Clearly there was not unanimity about
Because
that.
it's a civil war between the people in the Donbass who speak Russian and the Ukrainians in the West, for the most part. That's what
Well,
it is.
clearly not, because the Ukrainians are also in the Donbass. That's why it's a civil war. It's
The
not
Ukrainian
just the Donbass.
military has moved into the Donbass. Yes, they have. It's literally a civil war because the Russian speakers are fighting the Ukrainians.
It's literally a civil war because Russia invaded Crimea and then Ukraine. That's it.
No, Ukraine
Yeah.
suspended any claims to territorial sovereignty when it had an illegitimate coup in the eyes of the people in the Donbass and in the people of Crimea. And the people of Crimea are the ones who chose to join Russia.
Well, that's a little bit strange because why did Russia need tanks then?
Maybe to defend from the rapidly aggressive...
To defend from the retaliation to their crossing the borders with tanks? Yeah, I expect they did.
So why did you ask if they had tanks then? Of course, it was to protect against the Ukrainian military. But why did you ask?
No. I asked why they had tanks because the tanks went
Because the
into
Ukrainian-
action
because the
when they
Ukrainian
crossed
government-
the
Because
border.
the Ukrainian government will not respect the will of the people of Crimea. Obviously, they didn't, and they actually didn't.
You think if the Russians were respecting the will of the people of Crimea, they wouldn't have had to invade. That would have been something.
Actually,
that
yes, because the
Crimea
Ukrainian
would have
government
engaged in by
considered the
themselves.
vote to be illegal. They wouldn't have held that
What?
vote. You think if Russia didn't have tanks, that vote would have been allowed to happen? It wouldn't have. The
I
Ukrainian
have no idea
government
what
would
you're
have never
talking about.
allowed it.
I have no idea. Let's move back to talking about like why people are not
Okay.
being nice.
Well,
to
this
you.
is a perfect example, dude. You're just not open to the possibility you might be wrong about me, and that's the problem.
I'm perfectly open to it. In fact, I've said I will allow. Let's set something up 2 weeks from now.
Okay. So
let's
don't-
spend
then-
a
then
solid
don't-
2
okay,
weeks
Then don't. Okay.
pinning down like a solid
Let's-
thesis.
let-
And let's
let-
do it.
Okay, sure. Let's do that. And then for right now, for sake of right now, let's just assume you're right that I'm so immoral for supporting Russia, but that doesn't give you a right to lie about.
I don't care. I haven't
You don't
lied
have the
about it.
right
I don't
to
care.
lie about someone.
I
When I say-
haven't lied about
when
you.
I say-
Wait, hang on. What lies have I told about you? What are you referring to?
You've obviously contributed to the impression that I have nothing politically.
Well, let's produce an example. Let's see.
I've seen you dogpile on Twitter and get on board talking all that shit. Basically focusing. I mean, the thing is, Sunday, even you have to admit that I have not earned my reputation. Crucify me for my position on Russia and stick with that.
I don't have to admit anything.
You do.
I think your position on Russia and your situation vis-a-vis your position on Russia, there is no needfulness whatsoever for you to take your position on Russia. You are doing so because it benefits your channel. I think that condemns you sufficiently enough by itself.
You can
when we look
that?
at the other things, like for example, how you've decided to try and align yourself as softly as possible with the radical right and target already embattled groups, once again for the sake of aggrandizing yourself. I mean, like, we can just go down the list as long as we want.
We can, but you're not willing to because you said you need 2 weeks.
Not without preparation. I do indeed. That's my policy with everybody. We could be talking about I don't know. We could be talking about road work, or we could be talking about what's that word? Agglomeration or whatever.
Okay. Well, okay. All of my sins.
It's just how I do. Sunday needs preparation.
So conveniently, you can't really justify all of these accusations against me. You just kind of...
but I can with 2 weeks.
Okay, you can do it in 2 weeks, but in the
I can do it in 2 weeks, damnably.
But you see
the Jarl will crush the Khan beneath his heel.
Okay, sure, but you see fit to draw these conclusions and make these statements before the 2 weeks have passed.
I do.
So I guess you're just in debt then to see if what you're saying can actually be paid off and anything.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
We will have to see.
Yeah, but again, I gave you an opportunity.
Infrared's chat. You should
Okay. Well,
you should get to work and help him out.
So Sunday, I gave you a chance to point out a single thing I said was wrong. Your title is obviously very satirical. But I don't know.
No, my title was completely serious.
Okay.
I think you're the genius voice of a generation, Haas.
Okay, why do I have to have a specific reputation? Why can't you just like specifically deal with the content of what I say? Why does it have to be I'm either a genius or I'm either a dumbass? Why can't you just actually respond to what I actually just say?
I think you're a above average intelligence
I don't
person
care.
who is filling out and making themselves stupid as a marketing ploy.
I don't think I'm making myself stupid. I think for you to say...
I don't think you believe a single word you say. I think you are saying exactly what you need to navigate the conversation at hand.
Do you know why that's so dangerous to claim? Because when you've suspended the ability to ground any position or any form of thinking or any belief in some kind of like something that could be subjected to any kind of rational scrutiny, like when I have a position that is extremely consistent, that obeys some kind of intelligible method that can be communicated, it is grounded in a rationally consistent worldview of some kind. It's not actually a mystery of any kind. It's not some like secret. I can communicate my position very clearly, right? And
I couldn't understand a word you just said. Can you restate that?
Yeah, very funny. But I can formally...
No, I'm serious. I
have another drink, pal. You need it.
So with formal rigor, I can communicate my position. So you don't need to say I'm motivated by anything else when at least what I'm putting out there obeys some kind of internal logic. When you tell someone that I'm going to dismiss everything you say as the result of some kind of disingenuous or inauthentic, insincere level of belief, you're basically foreclosing the ability for human beings that disagree with each other to communicate. You're making it impossible for communication to happen because you're basically telling the other person, it doesn't matter what you say, this is the truth.
I've actually insisted multiple times in this conversation that we should have a moderated conversation with preparation, specifically to
Typical
the end of
Bashite,
either facilitating
completely unable to engage with the ideas of their adversaries at
who is
hand.
at fault for making that impossible.
Yeah, I had a donation. You said you're willing to have a debate in 2 weeks. That's fine, but you chose to do this stream today covering my stuff, and I've given you the opportunity to actually confront me with what you find objectionable or wrong.
Oh, when I confront people with preparation on my own time. Me answering your call is a courtesy.
Why didn't you need preparation to respond to my stream then?
Why didn't I need preparation? Because it hadn't happened yet. I'm watching it in semi-real time. I'm an hour behind you, but so I'm watching it as it goes.
How were you going to prepare during the stream itself? Did you prepare beforehand?
Was I going to prepare for what precisely? I'm literally just watching you write this thing out.
For watching and responding to my stream.
But it's live now.
I was.
The stream's
am I
live
wrong?
now.
Because
The stream's not done.
Sure, I've been told you've been watching it for like, I don't know, a decent amount of time.
My stream's been active for about 2 hours. I've paused a few times, but your stream has been going. Let me look here.
For
actually,
4
a little
hours.
bit.
So
4 hours, yeah. So I'm about 2 hours behind you. So,
that's
yeah,
still a lot.
I haven't seen your whole stream yet.
So let's
There's
just say
there's nothing to prepare for.
let's
This
just
is
say you've at least
cutting
watched
edge.
an hour of my content, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I've been told that you have a number of objections to some of the things I've said, and I just am curious about what that is.
I can't recall.
So
Been
you
a bit of a
didn't
blur.
actually. So you've watched an hour so far, and you have no objections.
I had objections as you went through it. I could not encyclopedically recall them off the top of my head. I can go back and we can talk about this in 2 weeks from now.
That's fascinating. You're drunk, and there's no. Okay, I mean.
Yeah.
By the way, I've noticed it's a real pattern where,
Hmm.
particularly leftist opponents will get in VC and say, "I just want to preface this by saying I'm drunk." Can you explain why everyone always
very
has to be drunk?
Well, when you're sitting on your ass for 8 hours a day reading books and streaming, and you have like a natural anxiety about being in front of an audience of a few hundred people, you drink sometimes. It really is that simple.
Right. Honestly,
Drinking makes you feel a
see,
bit better
Sunday,
sometimes.
I'm not actually looking for you or any other leftist to agree with me because I vehemently disagree with these people. What I'm actually looking for is for you to correctly disagree with me, which means disagree with me based on what I say.
Well, disagreeing with you based on what you say will require me to take time actually going through, reviewing what you say, and ascertaining what you say first. That would be
So you're not.
that would be the good
you're not
faith
even-
approach.
Are you even prepared?
I'm
for,
actually
like-
willing to give you the benefit of the doubt and take you completely seriously and spend time actually combing through
Okay, are you
what you've
are
said
you,
and judging
are you
it
even
on its own
prepared?
merits.
So given I'm such a bad person with a horrible reputation, this is my point, okay? You can have your own gripe with me about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We're not going to get into it. You can have that gripe. That doesn't justify the way in which I am lied about really consistently. Like as far as
If you were lied about, then that is unjustified definitionally. It is a lie. If
Right,
now
but
if you
it
can
seems like all
establish that
these
you've been
lies-
lied about, I would be.
seems like these
I would
lies
be in-
get excused
Based.
pretty often.
Honey,
because
I know you caught me cheating on you, and I'd be happy to discuss these
seems
allegations
like
in
these
2
lies
weeks' time.
they get to be excused because you've decided there's a red line. I've crossed the red line into being a
Sorry,
bad
that super
person.
chat was funny.
I've crossed the red line into being a bad person, and now pretty much like all bets are off, right?
You're aligning yourself with a country that is in a war of aggression against another country that is not in a war of aggression with it.
You know what?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Sunday. Carl Schmitt was a Nazi, okay?
Yeah.
So were all the other German conservative revolution thinkers, but somehow that didn't preclude left-wing continental thinkers from seriously interrogating their work and taking it seriously.
Yeah, but the reason why they were Nazis is because they were deeply cynical men who wanted to keep their positions in Germany. Carl Schmitt had total contempt
It
for
doesn't
Hitler and
matter.
the Nazis
There was
generally.
somehow
It does matter.
They're used to.
It does matter. The point is the bare fact of them being baddies from the perspective of like the liberal hegemony that followed the defeat of the Nazis does not by itself valorize every single thinker who happens to have some toxic or cynical position at any given point. You are not Carl Schmitt, my friend.
No, I'm not saying I am, but it's in contrast to Carl Schmitt, the fact that I support Russia somehow makes it impossible for
Based.
people to, in good faith,
Sunday, I
hear
think
what
you
I
have a
to say.
problem.
You take-
No,
Fortunately,
it doesn't. However, if it is the
Alcoholics
case
Anonymous and
that you are
Jesus can
engaged,
save
that you are
you.
supporting Russia in bad faith, then it absolutely does justify them dismissing you elsewhere. Life is too short. There are other people to read and pay attention to.
No, it simply doesn't. That's just not true.
Simply doesn't what? I wasn't really...
Because what if my views on Russia are part of a holistic...
No. Going back a little bit, it doesn't what? What are you talking about?
It doesn't justify the other views people decide to have.
With respect to what?
with respect
It doesn't need to. Like, they're just dismissing you. They don't care about you. There are other people to respond to.
Okay.
Yugen himself, for example.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really dismiss. I don't think it's grounds for dismissal that someone has a contrary view than you do about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, because you may not want to hear this Sunday.
Well, it's not the contrariness. It's the cynicism associated.
Pretty confident in saying most of the world vaguely shares my impression and view of that conflict.
I believe your confidence. I do not think that's true.
You don't think it's true that most of the world agrees with me? If you go,
I don't think it's true that most of the world agrees with you. It also would not matter for additional
If you walk around
reasons.
on the streets of Mumbai or any major city in China, if you go to Cairo, if you go to Beirut, if you go to some random place in Brazil, you go anywhere in the world Sunday of these non-European places, which is the majority of the world, by the way. You go to you go to Addis Ababa or something, and you ask a random person on the street, "Hey, what do you think of what's going on?"
Addis Ababa? I've never heard of that place before.
In Ethiopia.
Okay.
You ask a random person what they think about the Ukraine situation, and you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, it's about time someone taught the West. Yeah.
Interesting.
That is
you know where I didn't get my degree in political science from? Some random person in Ethiopia.
But you have to acknowledge it's a very common sentiment, at least.
Sure.
And on the UN, we know this for record, most of the world tends to not vote alongside the international community, quote unquote, which is just the Western world, on these more newer resolutions to condemn Russia and oppose Russia. Most of the world continues to open up relations with Russia. Most of the world has no problem whatsoever in continuing to do business with Russia where they can circumvent U.S. sanctions. So this is a sentiment that is...
the Security Council includes Russia and China.
Well, I'm talking about the other member states of the United Nations where they're allowed to vote So it's pretty clear that my view is not... I'm not just some horrible antisocial aberration. That might be the case for liberal leftists.
No, I think there's a lot of money in conservative and right-wing politics and social media. And I think you are doing the exact same shtick that Chud Logic is doing.
Do you think,
you've
Sunday,
found a lot of success by paying lip service to it.
Speaking.
Destiny's done the same thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think I've made more or less money than I would have if I continued to just be a non-controversial leftist? If I was just a leftist who is like aggressive and yelled a lot, I'm pretty sure I would be at 500,000 subscribers right now.
Why don't you try?
But objectively, the rate of my growth when I was less controversial was higher than it is now.
My dude, Vosh isn't at 500,000 subscribers right now, and that's exactly what he is doing. Clearly, that wouldn't be the case.
No, it's not, because I don't want to be superficial, but I think there's more of an appeal when it comes to someone like me than Vosh when it's fulfilling this kind of like, red lib. You don't know what a red lib is. Like, Marxist Leninist, yes, but still politically correct, still saying things that are socially acceptable.
Yeah. Not really willing to go beyond sockdem in terms of their radicalness once they reach a certain...
In terms of their cultural views, but still, defending China, still doing all that stuff, but not in a way that is considered coded.
I don't think Vosh defends China. I think Vosh is pretty critical of China.
I know. I'm not talking about Vosh.
Who are we talking about?
I've never been Vosh. I've always been for people who don't like Vosh. But there's a huge contingent. There's a huge audience. There's a huge niche out there of people who want to be more tankies, quote unquote, right? But are just still committed to the kind of like social liberalism. And turning my back on that probably did harm my growth, if anything. And I'm sitting in a place, believe it or not, Sunday, where I'm not... This turn, it's at least right now, has not paid off. If I'm grifting off of the right, has not paid off. The fact that I am reaching primarily right...
I don't know, dude. You're very yelly when it comes to people like socialism done left and perspective philosophy, but your tone gets soft like a mother singing a lullaby to a babe in a crib when you're talking to someone like Keith Woods. That has not been lost on me.
What did Keith Woods say to disrespect?
I think you know where the path of least resistance lies.
No, what did Keith Woods say to disrespect me? Why shouldn't I just have a conversation with someone as a fellow human being?
With someone who regards non-whites as a barbarous,
including me, including the people to which I had belonged. But I can have the good faith of allowing him to have that as a kind of belief that I have to regard.
That's the price you set on your dignity, my friend. That is
no, it's not. Business. No, it's not. There's a difference between having a wrong, impersonal view that is prejudiced. Let's say Lebanese people. There's a difference when you have a vague, so-called impersonal impression. Oh, Lebanese people are inferior to me. That doesn't intimidate me. That view doesn't intimidate me. But when you start to treat me as inferior because of that so-called impersonal view that you have, of course I can retaliate. But Keith Woods didn't do that, right? So I don't really care what all range of possible views.
So you're fine with him. You're fine with him disparaging the manifold of people.
No, I'm not. You, and he didn't.
Provided he's polite to you in particular.
He didn't disparage.
That doesn't stick in your. That doesn't stick in the back of your mind.
If you recall where the debate got the most heated, by the way, it's when they tried to kind of disparage Somalis, right? Saying they didn't want them as their neighbors, and I found it necessary to point out and I didn't have to resort to emotions either, by the way, Sunday, because unlike many of you, I don't think these right-wing people or audiences are inherently evil. I think it's the deficiencies of the left that has led them to that path, which...
Can you elaborate? Draw the line of causality. I'm curious.
Yeah. I think leftism is just a bunch of bullshit, and people can see it's inauthentic. And the reason it's inauthentic is because
leftism categorically. Or are we talking about the online left? Or are we talking about Vosh? Or what are we talking about?
American leftism.
I'm
currently
Canadian.
exists.
I'm not
American leftism, in terms of the options on the table, as far as what ideologies people will draw from for understanding the world, right? And it seems like leftists are more concerned with fulfilling some kind of abstract moral criteria of I want things to be more fair, I want things to be more right, rather than actually trying to reflect how the world actually is and the actual state of the world. And when it comes to that, right-wingers are far better.
Slow down a sec. What do you mean by that?
It seems like leftists are willing to oftentimes sacrifice facts in the name of what is ideologically or morally convenient.
Do you have a particular case in mind?
What about differences between men and women? How many leftists will concede to the obvious factual disparities, the statistical disparities, for example, between men and women?
Depends on what you mean by men and women, doesn't it?
I don't know what it could possibly mean, no.
You're unfamiliar with the concept of gender as being distinct from sex?
I'm familiar with the concept. I don't know why. I don't know what grounds 40s? There is for me entertaining that right now.
What do you mean? You brought it up. This is your example.
Right. So when I mean men and women, I mean the vague coincidence, for whatever reason, between people's gender identity and their sex.
What gives rise to that coincidence?
Are you asking for my view, or what, your leftist view, or what?
I'm asking for your view.
I think gender identity is just pretty broadly the cultural expression of sex.
Well, that's clearly not true, because the reason why we have to distinguish gender from sex is because these do not correlate in all cases.
No, they supposedly don't correlate in a very small minority of cases.
Well, in practice,
I don't think
the examples that emerge in time so far that we have seen,
I don't think
have overwhelmingly been consistent with what society pressures them to correspond to.
I don't think exceptions disprove generalities. I don't think it's wrong.
Exceptions do disprove universalities, though.
But no one is making claim. I'm a dialectician. I don't believe in absolute universalities. I just believe in tendencies.
Why are we even talking about sex and gender then? This is trivial. We should move on from this.
Does talking about sex or gender have to imply absolute universalities? Even in nature, there are no absolute...
If you make a statement to the effect that someone is a degen or someone is deluded or what have you, whatever word you like, on the grounds that they behave in a manner that is not consistent with the qualities that you associate with their genital set, then that is going to rest on the basis of a universal claim that genital set determines what their appropriate behavior is.
No, even that statement rests on a lot of assumptions that, for example, the reason...
I agree.
Yeah, well, the reason, for example... I mean, I didn't even say that, and you can't even say that on YouTube, so I'm not even sure why you're bringing it up. It's not something that I could even say, even if I wanted to.
I mean, I'm still here. I don't know about you. Have you been banned since this conversation
started? It's not something you can affirm in the positive on YouTube.
Steven Crowder strongly disagrees.
He's fully demonetized.
Is he actually? I'm not sure that's true. Hang on, let's see. I'm not denying it. I'm just curious. Is Steven Crowder demonetized? His channel was remonetized after YouTube said Crowder adjusted his behavior and content, and it was demonetized again in March 2021 with uploads suspended for a week after violating YouTube's presidential election integrity policy. Unrelated. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess we'll just never know.
Okay. Well, in any case, I think here's the thing, Sunday. I think what you're probably unwilling to understand is that, and I please implore anyone, right? This is why I'm suspicious of any large content creator who hasn't been somehow extremely canceled in some kind of way. You could be innocent. Just assume this. Just assume this. You could be innocent. You can be honest. You can be righteous, right? Okay? At least by some kind of internally consistent criterion. You could just be an honest, righteous, innocent person. And if you go against the status quo while you're on the internet, for some mysterious reason, people find ways to malign your character to such a degree that what they show you of yourself on the internet becomes fundamentally unrecognizable. They make you out to be something that is so radically at odds with what you have actually done, even on the internet itself. It's fucking scary. And that's what people like you are not willing to accept.
If memory does serve, just as an example to maybe pinpoint for a second.
You think
so? There is are you familiar with a book called "We Have Never Been Modern"?
Yeah, by Bruno Latour.
Yeah. So you had someone in your chat earlier, say something to the effect of like Bruno Latour was right. We've never been modern, and you flat out insulted him in your chat for that, and in a way that is very easily parodied.
Because he disrespectfully said bye-bye, like in a really dismissive way before he said anything. He wasn't like, oh, Haas, I disagree with you on this. He wasn't, that's not what happened, dude. Stop saying dumb shit. Anyway, I don't even know how you recall that. But anyway.
Me neither, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, well, you managed to recall that, but none of your actual objections. Anyway,
no.
What I'm trying to say is that a lot of people like you, I would say, have the bias of the crowd must be right. If Twitter hates this person...
Oh, no. We're at number 100 to 1 right now.
I think it's true, though. If Twitter hates this person, if the crowd hates this person, there must be some kind of legitimate reason for that.
Have you seen the numbers of like subscribers for right-wing figures on Twitter? It's overwhelmingly in their favor.
Yeah, I can actually speak to that.
Yeah.
Right-wing... very rarely, there are a few exceptions, like Fuentes is an exception, but very rarely do right-wing personalities acquire the quality of parasociality. Very rarely, right? B, so it's usually just passive support.
I mean, like B, Jordan Peterson, James
very
Lindsay,
rarely,
Ben Shapiro, very passive.
There are a few exceptions. Again, the extreme right is the exception. Like BAP, Twitter, right? Bronze Age Pervert, that whole crowd.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah. Where the right wing is not based in any kind of universally accessible discourse. So there are no universally shared conventions as far as right-wing politics sphere about people's reputations. That's why it's really hard for cancel culture to work over there, because no one is that invested in this kind of shared universal discourse about someone's reputation or how someone should be regarded morally in the first place.
No, because they're all selling the same snake oil, so their standards for entry are like
You
next
can
to dinosaur bones.
You can interpret it that way if you want.
That's a fact.
But
you pay attention to anything they say, they're insane.
Okay, again. But what was the original point?
I'm as stumped as you are.
Yeah, because I don't really think you're following with this, right? The original point is that you could be like a a passerby who's viewing this person who's getting so maligned and hated, and you could be the type of person who goes, you know what? There must be a legitimate reason for that. The crowd can't be wrong. I trust the crowd. I trust the open society. There's no way that this person is so hated and so maligned, and it's not unfair. And that is a fundamental left-wing bias.
And that's one that you think that you are above.
Yes, I do, actually.
Good. I'm glad you say that. So, when are we arranging the debate between you and Demon Mama?
Me and you?
You and Demon Mama in particular. I don't have that kind of maligned reputation. I'm sort of a nobody.
I mean,
right
I would not be opposed to. Why are you bringing that up?
I think it'd be funny. I think
again, this is just like a vague. Again. See, the thing is, Sunday, it's a vague allusion to some kind of like hierarchy of reputations that exists on the left, and I'm not sure has. Why should that have?
No, I think generally we're beyond reputation at this point, because like what you could point to is that almost every single person who criticizes you, just as you criticize them, has an equally, tainted reputation. Almost everybody in this sphere has a completely muddied persona.
I don't think so. I think I am probably regarded. I think I'm probably one of the most unfairly maligned personalities on the internet.
Everybody thinks that about themselves.
But I think in my case, it's pretty. If you actually look into it, it's pretty indisputable.
Once again, you're defending a regime that has killed children.
Okay, that's
not a lot of people have done so.
You know what's interesting, Sunday? That's your reason, and yet the animosity toward me is not different in content, and it's for multiple reasons. That's your reason. There's other reasons too. There could be a person who disagrees with me over the Sino-Albanian split, and they will treat me the same way you do. So in content, whoever threw shit on me, and it's strange, Sunday, because this only really began when it started to become clear that I was starting to impact the CPUSA internally, and there started to be a big internal debate within the CPUSA around the fall of 2021. And all of a sudden, it's so very strange. All of a sudden, all of these astroturfed tweets maligning me and shitting on me, basically.
I don't know the first thing about that. All I know is you going after people for having blue hair and boobs with penises.
Sunday.
And,
I'm
Sunday.
Sunday. I'm like an incel misogynist guy, right?
Are you? That's unfortunate.
No, but that's probably what you think of me. Most people think of me that way, right?
I don't think about you at all, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, but that's your vague impression, right?
No.
No, it's not.
I think you're a failed law student who plays a character on the internet for donations.
That's brilliant. That's a beautiful example. Oh my god, I'm so glad you said that, dude. I even forgot about that one. So let's talk about that. Now, just because you disagree with me on Russia and Ukraine, is it really fair to say I'm a failed law student?
I think these are completely separate things.
But why am I a failed
I understood you to drop out. Now, me personally, if I was a successful law student, I wouldn't be hitting up YouTube before I had my degree. But that's just me.
I actually didn't drop out, though. That's the thing.
Oh, really? So you graduated. Congratulations.
No. Again, has it ever occurred to you that you could take a leave of absence?
It's a long leave of absence, my friend. How long have you been out of law school?
And do you know... So you're not familiar with it. Again, you're maligning me. I mean, if I was less controversial, I don't think you would call me a failed law student. If I supported Ukraine, you'd probably not call me that, right? You'd probably call me something else.
If once again, if you were not cheerleading a regime that killed a bunch of innocent people,
then I wouldn't be a failed law student anymore.
I probably would give you the benefit of the doubt, but unfortunately, that's not the world we live in.
Lecture. You know what's crazy? Sunday is like, it's almost like retro-causally, facts about me start to change based on
The word you're
these
looking at is
more
retroactively.
overarching political positions that I take. Like, if I support Russia, it's like Schrodinger's law student. If I support Russia, I'm a failed law student. If I don't support Russia, now you can just admit that I actually completed my first year of law school at the same time that I started streaming, and law school was getting in the way of my streaming hours, and I was growing so rapidly that I decided to take a 1-year leave of absence in law school to see if I could continue being successful doing the streaming thing. You would know that while I was in law school, I was suffering from an extreme level of clinical insomnia. I was extremely miserable doing law
that's
school.
fair.
It wasn't my.
I'm no stranger to that. I understand.
Wasn't my passion. Wasn't my vocation. I hated it. I hated the American legal system.
Fine.
I hated having to take positions I didn't believe
Then just
in.
look, dude. Just own it. Not everybody can hack law school. It's not a slight against your character.
But
It's an inhuman thing you're being forced into. I think only privileged people can really do it painlessly.
Sunday. I completed my first year of law school with no problem.
How many years of law school are there?
I was streaming full time.
You said you were dealing with like crippling insomnia. Like, that doesn't sound like no problem to me.
Yeah, not
once
because,
again. I'm not. That's not something you're blameworthy for.
Sunday.
That doesn't make you weak.
Sunday.
It's just,
that wasn't
just a fact of the
because
matter.
that wasn't because law school was too difficult for me. It was because I wasn't doing what I believed I should be doing. That wasn't because law school was too difficult.
You say so, but you don't have your law degree, so I guess we won't know.
So if I go and conveniently, if I stop streaming and stop being active that much on the internet and go get my law degree, Schrodinger's law student, then you'll say something else to malign me, right?
No, you'll have. I'll say the exact same thing as I've said tonight, but in addition, you'll have a law degree. Huzzah!
So I'm not a failed law student anymore. I'm a failed streamer then? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, you might be. Like,
yeah. Again. No matter what, that's what I'm talking about. It's a retro.
Can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs.
Dude, leftist, and Destiny's included in this. I include him in the left because they behave the same way. Your reputation is literally based on nothing factual. It's based on whether you're the in-group or the out-group, right? And if you're out,
I'm pretty sure my reputation is based on making a bunch of autistic video essays about Carl Schmitt and Dead Space, but...
Okay, again. But fundamental facts about your character become maligned, whether or not they're true or not, having nothing to do with their factual validity, solely because people assume positions you disagree with. I think that's unjust. I think that's fundamentally unjust. And that's why I think leftism...
we aren't talking about positions like, oh, I agree with Richard Rorty's critique of Descartes' distinction between the mind and
no,
body.
We're talking about the positions that actually matter in objective reality in the information sphere.
The ones in which, on the basis of minimal information, you decide to cheerily decide that we know for a certain fact has decided, for selfish reasons, to bomb schools and hospitals.
You know this with certain fact. You know this
I do. I've seen the bodies.
Sure, but you know this with certain fact, and yet it's not allowed to be subjected to any scrutiny. So it's kind of a paradox.
I don't think you're subjecting them to scrutiny. I think you're taking a position of scrutiny, looking because that's a niche that you can fill and benefit from.
I don't think you're subjecting your presumptions about the conflict to scrutiny because you literally claim that you need 2 weeks to do that.
Well, no, that's actually precisely acknowledging that scrutiny takes time. Scrutiny is expensive. It's why you don't do it.
And yet, this is the problem, Sunday. You are engaging in... You're drawing out normative consequences of something you have not justified.
I don't believe I am called upon to justify a critique of somebody for killing children for
But you don't know.
gains.
If you don't know, how can you actually start taking actions against someone? This is exactly... By the way, this is exactly my problem.
Hang on. What don't I know?
If you don't know everything about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, how can you take action against someone in relation to it? Oh, Haas is evil because of something I don't know? How can you actually do harm to another human being if you're not fully certain of your position that this indicts them as a bad person?
No, Haas is evil because he's cheerleading a regime that we do know is killing children.
Again, that's if you want, that's what we're gonna call the synthetic statement here, right? The synthetic statement is not a priori. It's not. You're not talking about space and time. You're talking about a synthetic statement that requires some way. It has to be subject to scrutiny by default, right? In order for it to be justified.
That's not what that means. But we can
yeah, it kind of is what it means.
It's really not though.
Yeah, really not, synthetic statements are statements that result from some kind of non-given whatever, right? Pretty much is what it is.
No, that's not what that is.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah. Am I wrong
about that? You gave me a mild aneurysm. You are a little bit, but it's not important.
Why am I wrong? Synthetic statements are not true by virtue of some kind of like axiomatic internal reason. Like, you know, bachelors are unmarried. It's not a synthetic statement because it's true by virtue of the definition of what a bachelor is, okay? Something that's contingent that could be subjected to some kind of other possibility is what's synthetic. So, for example, if you say that bachelors wear pink shoes, it's not inherent to the definition of a bachelor. It's the result of a contingent observation in reality. So, yes, of course, that requires scrutiny. Is that wrong or what?
You lost me. Rewind a little bit. What were we moving into this for?
We're moving into this because your statement that I'm going to bracket it, that you're evil because you're cheerleading Russia doing X horrible evil things for X horrible reasons. That's exactly what you can't be certain of if you can't subject it to certainty. It's not inherent in the definition of Russia, for example, that you can draw out all these conclusions about what Russia's doing. You need to actually subject that to some kind of scrutiny before you're going to draw out morally relevant consequences in terms of how you treat other human beings.
Once again, you're operating under the same information that everybody else is. You saw a country aggressing on another one, bombing hospitals and civilian centers, causing mass death, etc., needlessly.
So don't you think
you jumped on propagandists hired by
Sunday,
that state?
Maybe you're just drunk and you somehow can't fathom. Well, you're not drunk because when you're sober, you have the same prejudice. But don't you think it's possible for something to be factually the same scenario, but it can be spinned in completely opposite ways? What makes your way of spinning? What makes your narrative superior to Russia's narrative?
I'm not cheerleading killing children.
Russia is saying you're doing that because you are allowing the Ukrainian military to continue doing
Russia's tanks are in Ukrainian territory.
To protect children,
to protect Russia's
children,
territory.
To protect children from Ukraine.
Russia's tanks are in Ukraine to protect children from what they will do to them if Ukraine doesn't let the tanks roll in, huh?
No, to protect them from the regular shelling of the people in the Donbass.
Why are shells being exchanged at all?
Because the people in the Donbass don't.
Because Russia invaded and gave artificial support to a seditious group.
That's not true, because that seditious group is based in the general will.
That is true.
Of the people in the Donbass.
The general will that needs the material support of a foreign invader. Yeah, that's some general will.
So did the Continental Army need the material support of the French? I think history books will tell you they did.
Doesn't matter.
Just because a people disposed of a general will are receiving material support doesn't mean that is reducible to that.
Well,
support.
No. What it means is that the general will that you're referring to is not the general will of the Donbass. It's the general will of the Russian people.
No, it's not. If the people of the Donbass, broadly speaking, don't want to live under what they consider...
What generality is the will, Haas, if it requires a massive foreign force to assert itself?
Do you think a general will necessarily has to have the military...
Can you answer the question?
I'm going to ask you the question. Do you think a general...
But I asked you a question. Can you answer it? You can say you can't. That's fine if you can't.
Your question is, can there be a general will if it requires...
No, my question was, of what generality is the will if it requires a massive foreign force to assert itself?
It doesn't.
Of what? Not
It
does
doesn't. It doesn't.
Of what?
The question is
Of
wrong. It doesn't.
what?
It doesn't need Russia to assert its will. It needs Russia to protect that.
Then
will.
Russia invaded needlessly, did it not? That's the immediate upshot of
No,
that statement.
You're drunk, dude. You're drunk. Think about what you're saying logically and don't interrupt me. They don't need Russia to assert their will. They need Russia for their will to be defended. They've asserted their will very clearly in their refusal and the establishment of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics. That was the assertion of their general will. As far as the ability to protect...
Were those established as a result of Russia's incursion into Ukrainian territory?
No.
Really?
No.
Really? So those just happened spontaneously and Russia just... It's just coincidence. Just a coinkydink. They happened to be rolling tanks into Ukraine during that time.
What do you mean? Of course, it was related to the broader sentiment of wanting to join Russia. Yes.
Where are we having this conversation? Modern day debate? 2 weeks?
Okay, well, I guess you can decide when you want to have it.
No, ball's in your court, my friend.
Okay, I can have it in 1 week. But you need 2 minimum?
I like 2. 2's nice. How about 1.5?
Okay, well, we can have it the 20th if you need 2.
Let's see. What is that? 20th. Oh, that's a Monday. I hate Mondays.
Okay, how about Sunday the 19th?
No, we'll do the 20th. We'll talk with James and what's the topic? Dealer's choice.
It's all of the topics that you are not presently equipped to debate about.
How about we pick 3 and let's try to find a happy medium between them.
MAGA communism.
What do you mean, like the existence of MAGA communism?
The theory behind it.
As given in the stream that you're currently...
Or my Substack.
Or your Substack. Can you give me a link to
that? You could just look up the rise of MAGA communism on Google. It'll be the first result.
Well, you have me on Discord, so why don't you just send me that? And that will equip me to address that.
It's called The Rise of MAGA Communism. I'm sure your mods can link it to you.
Rise of MAGA Communism. Okay, so that's 1. We got 2, 3 more.
The Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Okay, Russia-Ukraine. Particular thing about that? You think you've been unjustly maligned on the basis of your position vis-a-vis that? Do you want to make that the subject? All right. Reputation slurred. And finally.
It should be trying to remember it. It should be
How about Dugan?
Yes, but there was also something else. The Russia-Ukraine conflict and okay, yeah, we could just do what you said and then Dugan.
How about we just do the first 2, okay? We'll do we'll loop them both under you have been unjustly maligned on the basis of your political philosophy, such as it is, being uncharitably interpreted, and on the basis of a knee-jerk reaction to your defense of a child-murdering, mass-raping regime. Fair?
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna have on Rumble. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah.
All right.
It's not gonna be called that because the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate the validity of your accusations against Russia in the first place. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say. I remember what I was gonna say. This can be part of the second topic. Whether or not I'm a disingenuous actor or a bad faith actor, whether or not my views on Russia are not based on a pretty consistent, holistic worldview, or if you want to call it a principle that I have never deviated from since launching the Infrared Show, whose tagline was always Marxism, Leninism in the age of multipolarity and the post-COVID world, where I have consistently defended Russia and Putin. It was my casus belli in my first debate with Vosh. You can recall how I bring up Russia and I bring up Putin.
I can't actually. I don't believe I watched
It
that yet.
was literally there in my first debate with Vosh. I'm not a grifter. I'm not jumping on any convenient thing. The very first stream, I believe, when I had 2 viewers, dude. My first videos, I have done interviews with Ilya Medvedev, who was in the Donbass. I've done videos with Katya Kazbek to talk about Russia and my appreciation for Dugin and Russian civilization and Putin. Some of my first videos on my channel are defense of Putin against liberal criticisms. My first ones, dude. Saying that I'm a grifter and I've kind of sold out, it's just so inconsistent with the facts, but I'm sure you need 2 weeks to prepare for that.
Well, I mean, personally, if you had refused and I was forced to commit now, I'd be perfectly happy with calling you a grifter from time immemorial. But
okay, what made me a grifter though?
On the basis of insufficient evidence, on the basis of insufficient motive, you took on the cause of a foreign invader of a foreign country that was killing children and innocent
hold on.
people.
You can talk about Russia's alleged...
That was itself an empire, by the way, a capitalist empire, no less.
Okay, sure. But you have to admit, you can claim that all you want.
I can.
You can, yeah, but you would be it'd be baseless to claim it, by the way. But
it's not that baseless.
You can claim that. But the facts stand that I do have cause. It is consistent with the worldview I've espoused since my very first stream on YouTube.
Once again, I do not spend my every waking moment chronicling.
I know,
your
dude, but
escapades
what
on
was
stream.
okay? Then what's the description on my YouTube channel?
I don't know.
That's been there forever.
I don't know.
Marxism, Leninism in the age of multipolarity in the post-COVID world.
You say so.
What do you think that means?
I'm quite sure I don't care. We are meeting on the 20th.
Okay.
I'll see you then.
You said you can justify that I'm a grifter. You can't, dude. You can't.
Well,
I've never changed. The only thing that changed...
You're not required to change. Some people are corrupt when they get started. I don't know.
Then you should have crucified me on the cross of corruption instead of switching up and deciding all bets are off because I took a position in contemporary world politics that you weren't comfortable with.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, but again, it's Schrodinger's reputation. At first, I was a good guy, and now I'm the worst guy in the world. Thank you so much, Blackback. Appreciate you.
Do you think he talks to people IRL like this? I can hear both the cholesterol and glasses in his voice.
I don't know, but
I mean, you can probably hear the glasses in my voice. I was chewing on them earlier.
If you are, I don't think you can say you're minimally committed to justice. You're minimally committed to any righteous position, any position of virtue, basically. When you die on this fucking hill, yeah. I'm just going to attack you, Haas, because it's convenient to, and everyone else is doing it, so I'm safe in doing it.
Which hill is this, precisely?
When I started covering the Ukraine war, Destiny... Probably not even personally, probably some State Department or CIA shit. He threw his whole fucking community at me immediately to stop me, right? Because I was growing pretty fast on Twitch. And it was like Operation Destroy Haas Infrared. Like, for what? I didn't do nothing personally against Destiny. Someone clearly told him.
Maybe I've been too hard on him.
Sorry?
Maybe I've been too hard on him.
Yeah, I think you should probably reconcile because that's... But you were his ass kisser back then, and you started attacking me.
I was Destiny's ass kisser back then, really.
Yeah, And you started
Really?
attacking me. You joined in on
Interesting.
you joined in with Destiny and Dylan Burns because you were
Based.
basically socially aligned with them.
Someday, will you
I'm
promise
pretty
here and
sure
now
I
to enter
attacked
treatment
Dylan
for your
Burns and Destiny
alcoholism
both
and
in
come to the
advance
debate
of attacking you.
100%?
You attacked Destiny and Dylan Burns afterwards, right? Later,
No, I'm
you
pretty
had
sure I attacked Dylan Burns way in advance, and I attacked Destiny later on.
Later.
I have no.
No, I remember what happened.
I have no
I
friendly
remember what
feelings
happened because
towards
it happens
Destiny.
quite often.
Back when I was on the right, I used to
Yeah.
despise Destiny. He was
So
he was
I
the weird
usually, no,
Weasley
no,
guy with
I
the
usually,
voice like Stretch from Casper the Friendly
but
Ghost who was arguing with Medicare.
I usually do have this experience where, I will deal with Destiny's orbiters, his ass kissers basically, and they'll come at me, and then later on they'll have a feud with Destiny and break with Destiny. Oh, Haas, I was always against Destiny, and then you think I forgive them? I don't, right? So you just told me, for example, oh, Haas, I appreciate the way you confronted Chud Logic because you have beef with Chud Logic now. Where were you?
It's a shame. It's a shame it came from you, but I did.
But where were you before when you, alongside Chud Logic, were all joining the chorus of whatever to malign me and attack me?
Malign you
Where
on
were
what
you then?
grounds? What? That's an excellent question. I'm quite sure I can't remember. What were we saying? To
You
what
were just
effect?
with all of my enemies.
Well, I mean, you have a lot of enemies, my friend.
You're right, I do. And you'd think a grifter would be smarter than that if they were a grifter than to
Jordan
make...
Peterson has a lot of enemies. Steven Crowder has a lot of enemies. Destiny has a lot of enemies.
No. I, in contrast to Jordan Peterson and Steven Crowder, have far more haters than I do supporters. And I know my supporters are the most devoted in the world, right? I have
Well, that's just luck of the draw. That's not for lack of talent.
I
I'm
have
sure.
the most extremely devoted supporters because they see the truth and it makes them extremely devoted to me. But the truth is, yes, I have far, far more haters than I do supporters. Far more. And if I was a fucking grifter, I would be more like these milquetoast, Hakeem, second thought people that would never ever say something that would get Twitter to be mad at me or pissed off at me.
You think second thought is
Absolutely, yeah. Second
fewer
Thought
fans
made
than haters?
videos condemning North Korea as a dictatorship, and now he's sensed the wind is going in the direction of ML as the new trend. And he also joined the Communist Party mysteriously. And he's
You think the trend is ML, huh? Interesting.
yeah. You haven't observed that?
No, but I haven't really been paying attention either.
So would you agree democratic socialism was a trend?
Democratic socialism was a trend.
Yeah.
When are we talking?
Like 2016 to up to COVID, basically.
Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I was right wing then.
What?
I was on the right then. I was actually friends with Keith Woods until fairly
Yeah,
recently.
DSA was like a thing, right? Pretty trendy. Hassan Piker. Does it ring a bell?
I never got the appeal of Hassan.
Okay, well, it was a trend, and a lot of that is starting to change into ML. I was there first, but it's happening. Vosh is getting hated on all the time on Twitter, and the reason
You think Hakeem isn't ML?
Hakeem identifies that way, yeah.
But you don't think he really is?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
I think Hakeem is what I would probably call a
Based.
thank you so much, PJ.
Luck of the draw.
Probably call him a radical social democrat, but I think Hakeem is utilizing the rhetoric of Marxism-Leninism to justify what I would call your milquetoast WEF, I will say globalist, liberal politics, but just given the sanction of, the state of emergency political dictatorship, he's projecting that kind of politics onto, communist states throughout history, but it's based in what I consider a pretty dangerous, almost fascist-like a way of trying to sanction the increasingly undemocratic dictatorial powers of liberal countries. Like, for example, Canada, where the Trudeau government started to freeze the bank accounts of people involved in the Freedom Convoy movement and so on and so forth. And they're kind of just saying, oh yeah, that's just like Stalinism. So
it is really spectacular that you're your freedom alarm goes off when a bunch of people are flouting a pandemic response ordinance, but not when tanks are rolling over a border, bombing hospitals, bombing schools, causing the mass exodus of civilians.
Yeah, I do think
causing mass
I
deprivation,
think
et
a
cetera, et cetera.
war based on a geopolitical confrontation is not the same as a government that is proclaims to be a liberal democracy.
No, you think as soon as the government wants territory and land for the aggrandizement of a dying old lunatic's
I would not
legacy.
describe that as having anything to do with the circumstances of the Russia-Ukraine war. Again, you're not prepared to actually have your position scrutinized, so just don't even bring it up.
We will in 2 weeks. I'm a little bit curious though. What do you suppose the reason for the Russian-Ukraine war is then?
If I have to one sentence, NATO expansion.
You think that Ukraine wanting to join NATO and being obliged is a justification for Russia invading Ukraine?
No, if I have to take two sentences, it's NATO expansion plus the civil war in the Donbass.
But the civil war in the Donbass was triggered by Russia's incursion into Ukraine.
Not true. Not true. Not
Very true.
It was triggered by the
unthinkable without
Okay,
Russia's
was the
incursion into
Maidan
Ukraine.
revolution constitutional according to the Constitution of Ukraine?
It's a revolution, Haas.
Okay, sure. The revolution overthrew a leader, Poroshenko. Are you familiar with him? He
Not
was
a nice
voted
guy.
into power. Do you agree?
Was he voted into power under a corrupt system?
Was
And moreover, does the
is-
fact that he was voted into power undermine the legitimacy of a government that follows once the legitimacy of that one is overthrown by force?
Okay, well, don't assume the point I'm trying to make. Where did Poroshenko receive the highest amounts of approval and support, as reflected in the Ukrainian elections?
I'm entirely certain I don't know, and I'm entirely certain I don't know
I am
why it
entirely certain that I
matters.
do know that Poroshenko received the overwhelming majority of his support from the Russian-speaking Donbass because he was friendlier toward Russia than the alternative. So one half of Ukraine wants to overthrow him, and the other half sees Poroshenko.
Is that one half of Ukraine?
No, it's not exactly one half, but it's one part of Ukraine.
What is the point of you saying this?
Saying one part of Ukraine supports Poroshenko, and one part of Ukraine wants nothing. One part of Ukraine wants to overthrow him, and one part wants nothing to do with this so-called revolution. The unity of the territory of Ukraine, by the way, because it was formerly part of the USSR in which multiple ethnic groups and language groups coexisted, the social contract that is the foundation of the Ukrainian state was the fact that the Ukrainian state was going to be democratic, that people's vote...
The social contract is the foundation of the Ukrainian state? You mean the Ukrainian state arose out of a state of nature?
You don't have to get into any stupid technicality. If you want me to,
you brought up the social contract. That's your justification.
I'll break down what I mean by that. The acceptance of being part of a independent Ukrainian state on part of the other non-Ukrainian speaking groups and ethnic groups was that it would be a democracy, that their vote would matter, they would have a voice and stake in the system, and that their interests could be reflected in that state. That's the social contract I'm referring to. When that social contract is...
If I continue.
Yeah, that is a social contract.
That's not a social contract.
A social contract in which a people decide that a government has to reflect and represent its interests.
No, the social contract is a justificatory scheme. Is a justificatory scheme for a state that refers the legitimacy of the state to the internal impulses of its constituent members.
That's exactly what I just said.
That is not what
Yes,
you
it
just
is.
said.
It's the justification of the Ukrainian state and its territorial sovereignty refers to the impulses of its members in relation to whether or not their interests are being reflected. Or they have a stake in that state. So yeah, it is. Okay? Anyway, it's what I just said. That's why there
No,
wasn't...
it's not, because what you're talking about is an assessment after the fact as to whether or not their interests are being reflected.
No. When I say their interests are reflected, I mean there is some formal way in which to establish people's will being reflected by the state. That doesn't mean their will is always going to be everyone's.
Well, yeah, but that's because that's why there's a notion of tacit consent. Because if you do not actively rebel and choose death over conformity to the ordinances of the Commonwealth,
again,
then you have essentially assented to the legitimacy of the state. That's the social contract.
No, it's a social contract, because if you have the right to vote and you're the right for your vote to matter and to count, right? That means yes, the state can reflect your interests. So it reflects...
Sure, the state can reflect your interests if you can vote, but the definition of a social contract is not that you have the right to vote. The social contract is you play ball with the community and then benefit from doing so. That's what that means.
Okay,
it's not at the level of democracy.
The people in the Donbass played ball.
Like the notion of a social contract comes about in the defense of monarchy.
Sunday. This is a pedantic kind of like pointless thing to say. Because
you brought up social contract, my dude.
No,
not
it's
me.
not.
I don't even know why you're doing
It is a social contract. It's objectively a social contract.
It's objectively not.
Yes.
You're talking about something else.
Dude, the people of Eastern Ukraine are playing ball with the community of Ukraine because they benefit by having their interests represented somehow by the Ukrainian sovereign state. They can vote, right?
Well, that's not no. But the social contract is not explaining how they are able to vote.
This is the bad faith I'm talking about.
No. You're just uninformed about what social contract theory is.
Sunday. No. Let's break this down. I'm glad you're prepared for this. When did I say that voting was the only form of a social contract? That's the only interest relevant in a social contract.
I didn't.
So when you said, "Oh, a social contract isn't when people are allowed to vote,"
I didn't suggest that you were saying that.
I didn't say a social contract in general is when people are allowed to vote. I'm saying that could be an example of a factor necessary for a social contract.
But it's actually not a factor necessary for a social contract. Once again, the notion of a social contract is introduced. No. It actually can't be, because the notion of a social contract is operating at a level specifically. This is why it's introduced by Thomas Hobbes to defend a monarchical system. Voting is not a condition of the social contract at all.
You don't think Locke has a notion of a social contract too?
Locke does have a notion of a social contract.
Okay, and Rousseau does as well.
Yes, but it does not rely on voting. No, hang on. No, you're mistaken. Locke and Rousseau do not rely upon there being a vote for there to be a social contract. The social contract is to justify the legitimacy of the voting apparatus.
The generality of a social contract doesn't exclude the possibility of the ability to vote and participate in the political system.
Its function in a theory is as a justification for the legitimacy of the voting process itself. You're just
yes, and the voting process cannot be legitimate. For example, if a certain... And this is not always the case, but it's the case in Ukraine, if a certain portion of the population either can't vote or their vote doesn't count.
Why does their vote not count? What are you talking about?
Because there was a fucking coup. They elected a guy, and that guy was overthrown illegally according to the Constitution, which was the basis of the social contract that allowed these people to be loyal to the Ukrainian state. If you suspend...
Did he not enact violence on the demos prior to the revolution?
That's highly contested.
Well, that's an important contest, though. If indeed the executive power in Ukraine, if indeed the executive power in Ukraine was inflicting lethal violence on the people to remain in this station against the Constitution, then this is the problem with
being arrogant, Sunday, because you're not actually educated like you're claiming you are. Because
I'm not claiming anything.
In order for you to establish violence,
I claim absolutely nothing. I am saying if.
Sunday, let me finish.
If.
Why are you so scared to hear me finish?
I fear nothing.
Notice how I never interrupt you, because I actually want to hear the dumb shit you're going to say so I can respond. You do the contrary. You don't want to hear what I have to say because you can't respond.
No, I just also want to hear myself. I'm just
again, like that. Sunday. In order for you to establish the people as a general subjectivity, you have to establish that that violence epitomized a general violence on the people in general. So, for example, when
can you slow down? Just hang on.
Yeah. So, for example,
try restating that. Don't use an example. Just restate that.
I'll restate it with an example. When a state locks up criminals or takes action against a violent mob on the street, that doesn't necessarily mean they're engaging in lethal violence on the people, quote unquote. It means
no, but hang on. No. You have to be really careful here, though, and this is why I wanted you to restate the thing before you start bringing up the example. Because it is not sufficient to simply say that the part of the demos that the executive power is persecuting against the Constitution is criminal, therefore it's okay. To then use that as a blanket justification for now a separate political entity
We're
entirely.
not talking about a foreign
incurring
force.
with
why are you all
the
over
Russian
the place?
state? Absolutely.
Sunday.
Russia by itself is an empire.
Dude,
That's not a
you see how
single
you pivot?
natural community that emerged out of nature.
Okay, I'm going to be calm. I'm going to try to be calm. But I want to explain to you why that frustrates me. So we are just talking about the circumstances of the legitimacy of the quote-unquote revolution here for the people in the Donbass. Now you're talking about the Russian SMO. Why do you have to jump around? Let's focus on the people on the Donbass.
It's a big world, and unfortunately, the Donbass itself is not something that simply insists upon itself as a
Sunday. The thing is, the people in the Donbass
generating element in this discussion.
The social contract that kept the people in the Donbass.
The social contract did not keep anybody in the Donbass anything. Stop using the word social contract. This doesn't mean what you think it means.
The people of the Donbass's social contract with the Ukrainian state was suspended when their elected representative was overthrown in an unconstitutional, formally invalid way.
Okay, was he overthrown after he was attacking his own people with lethal force?
Even if he did attack rioters on the street with lethal force, which is contested.
Why are they're rioters as soon as it's convenient for you, but you're perfectly happy to fly your flag in favor of Putin rolling tanks over, packed with people he had to pull off the street because his own...
Sunday.
What?
Even if he did do that, it doesn't say in the Ukrainian constitution that quelling a riot is grounds for the dismissal of the president.
So what?
Well, the constitution is the only...
If he's characterizing attacking again members of the demos for exercising their constitutional right to protest.
But the Ukrainian constitution is the only binding document that's protecting the rights of the people in the Donbass.
Pause. I thought you were like a Marxist or a Leninist or something. Like you're just a radical statist. Like you're a conservative.
You know what's funny is that Adam Something brought up the same pathetic argument in our debate.
I don't know who that is.
Destiny. Yeah, he brought up the same argument. He said, "Well, aren't you a revolutionary who simply believes in the overthrow of the state?" Well, if I'm just giving a description as far as why a people don't want to be a part of a state anymore, because the state is avowing itself as a liberal democracy. I am not actually a liberal statist, but when your state calls itself...
But you kind of are, though, because Russia still assumes the liberal form of the state.
Then don't interrupt me. Russia
is invading...
Sunday, shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt me and I'll explain why. Okay?
No, you cut out for a second. What were you saying?
Don't interrupt me and I'll fucking explain why.
What was I interrupting?
Yeah, you were. Okay.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. You're cutting out a little bit. What were you saying again? Repeat that.
Damn, you're so scared of an actual, dispute over this. It's crazy. Again, I'm not a liberal statist.
What's going on with the audio here? Hang on. This is weird.
Can he not hear me? Is he lying, guys? Go on his stream. Is he actually lying? The fuck? Again, I'm just going to say it anyway.
What the fuck is going on
He's
here?
trolling. Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah, he's trolling. All right, that's fine. I'm going to explain it anyway. I'm not a radical liberal statist. Precisely because if the form of sovereignty was a liberal democracy...
Why can't I hear anything?
Yeah, if Ukraine was a liberal democracy and then it forgoes its promise, all bets are off. The people in the Donbass don't have to care about Ukraine's democracy. They can indeed join Russia.
Oh, god damn it. There we go.
They can form their own...
Yeah. Hang on. Rewind a little bit. Sorry, I lost you at...
Yeah, okay. I know where you lost me. I remember. So
it was like 2 minutes ago, I think.
Liberal statism. I'm not a liberal statist because all I'm trying to say is that on its own terms, when the liberal state suspends the terms of its own sovereignty, all bets are off. That's all I'm saying. You can,
When the liberal state suspends the terms of its own sovereignty.
yeah, or
By what mechanism does it do so?
Through a violent, unconstitutional coup.
Hang on. Slow down, cowboy. So the liberal state, the state, upends its own sovereignty by means of a general uprising, which is itself definitionally, by being a revolution, itself constitutive of a state.
Yes, the form of the prior state sovereignty, which was a liberal constitutional democracy, indeed was overthrown, and there's a new form of sovereignty that's based in a dictatorship, or it's at least based in a coup, or a founding coup, which was unconstitutional.
But so was the previous one, no? Like, where does the Constitution come from?
What previous one?
Exactly. Where does the Constitution come from?
When Ukraine ceded from the USSR.
We're not defending the rights of the Sassanians to Ukraine. Like, was it the Sassanians? Hang on. Something Egans.
When Ukraine left the USSR, instead of Eastern Ukraine joining Russia, instead of Western Ukraine...
Scythians, that's who it was. Sorry, continue.
Okay. When Ukraine left the USSR, it created a constitution that was supposed to respect and recognize the rights of all of the people living under it in a liberal democracy, where they would have the right and the ability to give expression to their interests through the political process.
Just fast forward to the part where this justifies Russia in particular rolling through with tanks and bombing hospitals.
I think it's such like a pornographic mentality. We are going through in intricate detail the events, and you can't let go of, oh, Russia invaded Ukraine. We know, but how did they get there? You don't want to actually...
With tanks, Haas. With tanks.
No, they didn't get there with tanks. They got there with a decades-long process by NATO to expand eastward and use Ukraine, countries like Ukraine.
Well, that doesn't really make sense because NATO's going eastward, Russia was going westward. So how does that work? How does
Russia did not go westward until after NATO had so severely expanded eastward that Russia has no choice but to put its foot
but
down
NATO's a treaty organization, like it's in the name. So NATO didn't roll in with tanks. Ukraine wanted to join NATO. Now explain to me how Russia's neighbor joining NATO justifies Russia attacking.
It doesn't.
its
That's
neighbor.
why Russia didn't attack Lithuania, Estonia, or the Baltic countries when they joined NATO. But
it did attack Crimea.
Again, we're still talking about Ukraine.
And it did attack Ukraine.
It did not attack Crimea, by the way.
Really?
There was no attack.
Really?
No,
so
there wasn't an attack.
Crimea just had like a general plebiscite, and they just decided, hey, we're Russia now.
Pretty
That's
much,
thing, right?
actually.
Really?
Yeah, pretty
really?
much.
Really?
More or less, more or
and
less.
And then those soldiers rolling in, those were CGI'd in, right? That was like a big media campaign. That was all fake.
Soldiers rolling in to defend the soldiers rolling in to defend the integrity of an electoral process is not.
That's interesting. See, it's not common in Canada here to see United States tanks rolling in to defend the integrity of an election when we have it, especially in advance of any kind of any kind of insurrectionary action against the election itself.
That's because Canada is not part of some Hyperborean superstate that is refusing to acknowledge Canada's existence. And it's not, and the U.S. doesn't have a vested interest.
Well, Britain's not doing that either, and we are a part of the Commonwealth. So
okay, again. Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
That's the $1 million question, Haas.
No, what does being part of the Commonwealth have to do with anything? Your analogy was stupid.
I agree. What does being a part of a Commonwealth have to do with anything? What does being a part of a treaty organization have to do with anything?
Being part of a quote unquote
here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you.
Being not part of a quote unquote defensive alliance that was founded to destroy Russia?
Let's say NATO gave Ukraine like a whole bunch of tanks and anti-air support as just a gift when Ukraine was vying to join NATO, right? What part of that justifies Russia in rolling in and bombing civilian centers?
Do you have like a pornographic brain? Can you just not think about things that don't fulfill some kind of like immediate cerebral satisfaction or something. Like, follow what you're saying. Are you trying to imply that is the only factor here? Are you trying to say it's, oh, how is Russia justified because of this? It's not just because of this, that, or that. You have to take into account the entire array of factors that led Russia to the decision that it took.
I'm all ears.
Just taking one thing in isolation will not allow you to see the big picture. It's not just that.
Well, I mean, so far what we've got from you is there was a revolution against the government that because it happens to be supported by Russia,
because the people of the Donbass are an indispensable piece of this puzzle, which you're ignoring. You're ignoring them.
Indispensable piece of what puzzle? What?
Of the puzzle for why there's a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Because when Ukraine
it's not really much of a puzzle. Russia wants
Yes, there is.
Ukraine.
Because when Ukraine ceded from the USSR, it did so under the pretension that the rights of those people was going to be recognized. Those people did not want to be cut off from Russia. They don't want to be cut off from people they're indistinguishable
the country that
from.
Starved them out.
Dude, but that's not how they view it, though. You can claim this stuff about 1930s all you want, but the fact is that
I'm sure you can find some
Sunday,
extremely disturbed.
Stop pivoting. Sunday, stop pivoting. The fact
What am I pivoting from?
It's simpler than this. The fact is, at the time of the Soviet Union's dissolution, Ukraine and Russia were part of the same state. The people in the Donbass and the Russian people were not especially different from each other. They were.
Who cares? We're not that different from Americans or Britons. That doesn't give America or Britain license to invade our territory.
What? Dude, shut up for a fucking second. Just shut the fuck up and let me talk. You just interject sounding stupid because you don't even know what point I'm trying to make. In 1991, at the time of the Soviet Union's dissolution...
You should drink some water.
The people in the Donbass, okay, and people in Russia were not separated from each other. I'm not saying they were fucking similar. I'm saying they literally were part of the same polity, same civilization.
Polity and civilization aren't the same thing. A civilization isn't a polity. A civilization is a cluster.
That's why I didn't say they were the same. What is, dude?
You said dude, polity.
You know
polity assumes a bounded political community. That's what that term is standing for.
I said they were part of the same polity and civilization.
Yes, indeed.
What is wrong with that, Sunday?
A civilization is not a polity. A polity is a general term for trying to talk about a political community when we're talking about a long expanse of time where the constitution of political forms has changed radically between them. I actually think that's a problematic term that I wouldn't really necessarily advocate using.
Would you regard yourself as a midwit?
As a what, pardon?
Midwit. You're just arrogant. You're not
as a midwit?
Smart. Yeah, you're not
Depends on the
smart.
day.
You're just arrogant. When did I make the equivalence between polity and civilization? Didn't I mention...
When you said it was a polity and a civilization and you referred to the same thing.
So, okay, you know what? This is interesting. So if I say Sunday is a man... Yes. I don't know if you are, but let's just say you are. I don't know how you identify. Sunday is a man...
Thank you.
Sunday is a man who, wears an orange shirt. Does that mean there's an equivalence between men who wear orange and people who wear orange shirts? Why are you justified?
Well, actually, what your the analogy would be, Sunday is a mammal and
no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
And an ecosystem. Right?
No, it wouldn't.
Which would both
be
true.
Be that. No, it wouldn't be that. If I say a polity and a civilization...
Well, no, because this is actually really important, because when we're talking about a civilization, it's in the word. Civilization is not just a noun, it's also a process, right? You can have a process of civilization.
Dude, I don't know if this is just because you're drunk, but this is a baffling level
I'm sobering up a little bit,
For you to fucking interrupt me to say something so wrong... If I say
that's actually not wrong. That's correct.
If I say,
civilization initially in the terms usage refers to
this person is mentally
process
ill.
of acculturation and education.
This person is mentally ill. I'm gonna fucking point on Microsoft Paint right now to allow people to visualize how fucking stupid this is.
You should scream louder. You're gonna make it more apparent which of us is mentally ill.
Everyone will see. Haas says,
I believe you.
Polity and civilization.
Uh-huh.
Sunday claims Haas says polity equals civilization.
No.
How
You
does
say
that
polity
make
and
sense?
civilization by reference to the same thing. That means that you're referring to the same thing as both polity and civilization, but that's not correct.
No, I'm not. I'm referring to the fact that they were part
You
of...
referred to Russia as a polity and a
Shut
civilization.
up for 2 seconds. Shut up
But
for
is
2
that
seconds.
incorrect though?
Dude,
Were
shut
you not
up
referring
for
to
2
Russia
seconds.
as a polity?
No, I was
No,
referring
just
to the polity.
simply yes or no.
I was
No,
referring...
hang on. Slow down.
Shut the fuck
Calm
up
down.
for 2 seconds.
Calm
Why are you
down.
scared to hear me?
I'm not. Why are you scared to hear me?
I was referring to the Soviet Union as a polity, which it is a shared
And a
polity.
civilization. A
No,
polity and a civilization.
Not
yes.
even necessarily the... Even if I did, yes. But I was specifically referring to the fact that they were
So
part of...
the Soviet Union is a polity and a civilization.
Sure, why not?
That's what we're running with. Well, I can tell you exactly why not, because a polity and civilization are not the same thing.
They don't
The
have
Soviet
to be the
Union
same
is
thing.
not a civilization. The Soviet
hold
Union
on.
is only a polity, and a polity
hold on.
at very precise
So
level
you
of
think
analysis.
a polity cannot also be a civilization?
I do not think a polity can also be a civilization, no.
Why not?
For the same reason that a cancer can't also be an organism. We're talking about a cluster of cultural similarities that
Okay, let me
group
put it...
different communities together
okay, let me
that can
put
nonetheless have
it-
their own
let
histories,
me put it-
have their own lineages, go to war with one another. These are not the same kinds of things.
Actually, yes, gunpowder empires encompass that definition of polities which are both civilizations. But regardless...
What?
Yeah,
No, slow down. What do you mean by that? Explain.
the post-Mongol gunpowder empires were extremely diverse in terms of the various peoples they encompassed. They were civilizations that were encompassed more or less by one sovereign. Yes, they were.
Well, that's
Anyway.
multiple civilizations. That's not a civilization and a polity.
Yeah, it's one civilization.
That would be one polity that happens to have hegemonic rule over multiple civilizations if we accept those terms.
No, it's not.
That would
It's
not be
one-
that would not be a
No,
civilization and a
civilization
polity.
is based on a relationship between state and civil society, and civil society.
No, it's really not though.
Yes,
Like the
it
notion
is.
of no, because the notion of a civilization is projected far beyond state boundaries. If you read any of the people who actually deploy civilization in their theories, going back to like Spengler, Toynbee, etc., back to the earliest usage of the term, it doesn't refer to states.
Sunday.
It refers to common features between states that makes them particularly amenable to each other.
Sunday, if you want to render this conversation intelligible to viewers by cutting me off after two things, kind of sounds like you're scared to hear me make any argument at all.
Do I sound scared to you? Like does
Yes,
something
you
about my
do.
tone
You do
sound like
because
I'm
every
shuddering
time I
with
talk,
fear?
you can't help but open your fucking mouth and sound like a
Well,
fucking
that's why
idiot.
I wanted us to talk in front of a moderator.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
well,
since
Sunday,
we're talking
I
unmoderated,
think
this is the game.
Since I let you talk and I actually want to hear what you have to say so I can destroy you, you should be confident enough to hear me talk so you can dismantle what I'm saying, okay? Because I let you talk because I want to know exactly what I'm going to dismantle. Anyway,
I don't feel particularly destroyed or like you're following what I'm saying.
I don't want to get into a prolonged... You're wrong about what civilizations are, by the way. They do imply both a relationship between state...
I have your chat on. I know you're just reading your chat. You don't know what you're talking about.
Now you're just intentionally trying to fucking piss me off. That's fine. I know, yeah, you're just trying to troll at this point. See, you're resorting to trolling, which means...
I'm not trolling. I'm watching your stream and your chat as we speak,
Okay,
and I know that when
in
you
my
interject
chat-
suddenly with a correction, you
Where
have
in-
no idea what you're talking about. Somebody has inserted something and you're grasping for that. Like a rock in a storm.
I'm looking through my chat right now. Where is the insertion? I'm looking at my chat now.
As farther back. I'm not looking
Can you
for it.
please name the user I got it from?
And
what did I get exactly?
Oh my god.
So you're not trolling right now when you're accusing me of getting this from my chat?
You're 100% getting this from your chat. So,
And you're not... Can you commit, based on your honor, that you're not trolling when you claim that?
what's that? Say again?
Will you commit your integrity to the claim that my argument is from my chat right now?
I think it's from your chat or from your Discord.
Okay, so anyway, let's focus on the actual substance of contention. You're
Yeah, I
wrong
bet.
about what civilizations are.
I'm actually not.
Yes, you are. You're wrong
No,
about
I'm
that.
not. I'm not.
Well, you're not willing to hear why you're wrong, Sunday. So I guess you, in your own little
Well,
safe
why
space,
don't
you're right.
why don't you indulge me very quickly and tell me what source you're actually getting your understanding of civilization from?
I don't need a specific source. I can try and give my go at describing what civilization is, and I don't need to draw from a source. I can just try and give a proper definition, if you will, of a civilization on my own terms, right? But anyway,
hang on. I don't care about your own terms. What Haas makes up off the cuff is not interesting.
Do you think civilization is like an empirical object that only that has to be like verified?
No, I think civilization is a fraught term. However, in its historical usage, it does not refer specifically. Actually, no, it specifically does not refer to a particular state. It is deployed specifically to talk about continuities between different states. Hellenic civilization does not refer to any particular state. It refers to Athens, it refers to Rome, it refers to a host of different states that went to war with each other and identified radically differently.
Again, you know the reason you're wrong about that is because Hellenic civilization cannot be given its full story without Alexander's conquests, which he temporarily conquered.
Hellenic civilization precedes Alexander's conquest.
I know, but the idea would be basically that is still anticipating a more universal state, right? But anyway, listen. Yeah.
Well, what are you talking about, universal state? Civilization does not entail a universal state.
A civilization can indeed anticipate a universal polity encompassing the civilization.
If what you mean is a civilization can exist before the existence of a state with universal aspirations, sure, but that bears nothing whatsoever on the definition of civilization as opposed to state.
Yeah, it does, because you're giving an incomplete picture of Hellenic civilization, for example, when you're not taking into account how it's giving rise to this impetus for a shared unified polity. But anyway, here's the problem, President.
But it doesn't though. First of all,
well, that's what happened.
Because Alexander the Great was a Macedonian. Secondly,
what does that matter? Hellenism, the historical period of Hellenism, followed his conquests as we know it. Hellenic civilization.
No, that was the end. That was the end of the Hellenic style politeia being like a meaningful category of polity in the ancient world.
You're not familiar with historiography. The Hellenic period ends with Mark Antony at the Battle of Actium or Actum. I forgot to pronounce it. When he's fighting with Hellenism, the era of Hellenism.
Okay, you're talking about like an arbitrary system of periodization. You're not talking about a civilization.
But the periodization is what's actually, you just said cite your sources. Well, that's the most conventional way of citing historical
No. Periodization and civilizational descriptions are not the same thing. Periodization has to do with like time.
Sunday.
Civilizations are a spatial characterization.
Okay, sure, a spatial characterization. In any case, you're giving an incomplete picture of a given civilization if you're not including the way in which that civilization gives rise. Saying that Alexander was a Macedonian, what? So that's the end of Hellenic civilization? Under what criterion?
What?
Who would agree with you that Hellenic civilization is coming to its end following Alexander's conquests?
I didn't say Hellenic civilization came to its end under Alexander's conquest. The politeia, the polis, became an irrelevant
was Hellenic
or subordinated form after the conquests of Alexander, because now you had empires hegemonically asserting their rights over individual communities. But the civilizations remain the same.
You don't think that empire was the culmination of Greek history?
No, he's a Macedonian.
Well, that's not how Alexander himself articulates it. Alexander himself is articulating.
Yes, he's the son of Philip. He's a Macedonian, like Aristotle.
Okay,
he's a foreigner.
But he's a foreigner who's a part of Greek civilization.
No, he's part of a different place. Different like everything.
According to President Sunday, Alexander was not part of Greek civilization, and he had nothing to do with Greeks. Okay, that's fine. That's a new contribution to history from President Sunday.
He conquered them.
Okay, so Alexander came from completely outside of the Greek sphere, the sphere of Greek civilization.
No, he was in the territory of Greece, but he wasn't the same. He wasn't from the same type of place as Athens or Sparta or whatever. That's why you don't talk about them when you're talking, for example, about the Peloponnesian War or the war with the Persians or whatever.
Was it not Alexander who completed that war with the Persians?
No, that's a different war with the Persians.
There was multiple wars with the Persians, and
but that's a different war with
the final.
Frankly,
you're right. I got a donation
actually
saying you're changing the subject, and you are. So, can you actually give me 20 seconds of non-interrupted
Stop letting
speech?
this guy change the
Or if you have
subject
to,
by nitpicking you into a million.
You need to impulsively keep responding.
Sure. 20 seconds now.
Okay, sure. So, you're wrong about the nature of what civilization is. You're completely wrong about that. But even if you were right, the point stands that me saying polity and civilization in no way implies that they're the same thing. You could very well have a shared civilizational sphere that is also happen to be encompassed by the same polity in terms of territory. Saying that they're encompassed by the same polity and civilization in no way implies any kind of equivalence. There could be a vague Russian civilization that's shared between Ukraine and Russia. You say that being under the same polity precludes the possibility of a shared civilization. That's an arbitrary claim. It's a completely
Being part of the
claim.
same civilization doesn't give rights to one particular polity within that civilization to assert itself
Who's
over
talking about
hegemonically.
rights? Who said rights? Where did that come from? Did you pull it out of your hat Sunday? Who the fuck said rights? Who said that? All I said.
You were talking about a universal state
so
earlier. I thought
first,
you
this
understood.
is what I said.
I thought you understood that
So
language.
let's go back to the beginning.
When you're talking about
On
when
the
you're talking
eve-
about
on the
when you're
eve of the
talking about
dissolution-
when you're talking about a state using militaristic force.
No, we're not talking
to
about that yet.
forcibly alter the
stop being
composition
so
of another
addicted
state.
to pornography. Stop.
One of the
being-
ways in
Dude,
which you
you're
can
a porn
describe
addict.
that is
You're a
that
fucking
state
porn
asserting
addict.
its rights
Dude,
over the
dude,
other
you're a-
state.
you're a
That's
porn-
what that means.
You're a porn addict. Okay. You need to hold your horses. We're not here in 2022 yet. We're here in 1991. And as of 1991, the people of Eastern Ukraine and Russia are not considered a different people, right? They are Russians living in Ukraine because there's an open border there. They're part of the same Soviet polity, and they're also part of the same civilization. I'm going to qualify that in a way that I hope isn't controversial. These are people who are marrying each other. These are people who are seamlessly interacting with each other. They're not considered different, right? They're not separated from each other on any level of culture, of any level of language. They are not a different people, okay? Okay, so that's what I said. And then you went on this whole tangent about polities and civilizations are the same. It's irrelevant, okay?
Well, it's not. You deployed those terms specifically to justify, once again, the incursion of Russia.
No,
into
we're
Ukraine.
not there yet, but we're not there yet. No, we're there when we have to talk about how the ability for these people in Eastern Ukraine to be part of a separate Ukrainian state requires, according to them, according to the Ukrainian constitution, their ability to both participate in the political system and for their participation to be recognized formally.
Where's this? Hang on. Where is this?
In the Ukrainian constitution that entitles everyone a right to vote.
Show me.
In the Ukrainian constitution after 1991, you're questioning whether this constitution entails the democratic rights of the Ukrainian people?
No. I'm questioning whether or not, by reference to the Constitution itself, you can actually pinpoint an argument for why the Donbass is
because they voted.
Well, more accurately, for why Russia is justified in fomenting a civil war within
because
the
they
Donbass.
voted for Poroshenko and he was overthrown in a way that didn't reflect their political will.
Well, if Poroshenko, once again, was firing on his people and was in office
Show me in the Ukrainian constitution where that matters, Sunday. Show me.
The Ukrainian constitution is not just a piece of paper. It is also a reference to the constitution of the community itself.
And
when we say constitution, we are not simply referring to
there's
a
clearly
piece
a
of paper
but the
that
problem is
licenses
there's a
any
disagreement
action
between the
whatsoever.
community. Well,
We are talking about.
I'm gonna
We
start
are
interrupting
talking
you now,
about.
dude. There's
We
a
are
disagreement.
talking about. We are talking about the composition. We are
we
talking about the composition.
difference of community.
We are talking about the composition of the community in a real sense.
We are talking about the difference of community. We are talking about the difference of community between the people in Eastern Ukraine and the people of the Western Ukraine. We are talking about the fact that when there are fundamental differences between the various
against him, according to the
when there are fundamental differences,
liberal theory, it's perfectly justified.
When there are essential fundamental differences.
Why don't you stop, breathe for a second, think about what you're going to say.
When there are fundamental differences between the various peoples comprising the Ukraine, the only mechanism that guarantees some kind of shared political community is a formal constitution. There's no vague general feeling of agreement among the community of people in the Eastern Ukraine.
Silly. A political
that the
constitution
overthrow
is not an orgy. It is not based upon people having some shared feeling.
There is. It's not a shared feeling. It's a shared formal document that asserts the rights of everyone in Ukraine. So if people in Western Ukraine have a vague feeling of not liking,
if the person who is elected to office then abuses deficiencies within the writ of the law to tyrannically assert himself over the people's will, it's completely appropriate for that people to engage in revolutionary action against them.
Which people? Not the people in Eastern Ukraine. So how do you establish a general unified Ukrainian people?
Probably at least some of the people. Probably at least some of the people in Eastern Ukraine.
How do you
regard any revolutionary action as being actions of criminals?
How do you fucking establish? How do you establish the generality of the Ukrainian people outside of that fucking constitution? Then how do you do it?
Again, a little bit louder. I couldn't quite hear you.
How do you establish the generality of the people of Ukraine?
It's still not coming through. You gotta go.
How do you establish the generality and the unity of the people of Ukraine? How do you establish the generality and the unity of the people of Ukraine then?
How do you establish the generality and the unity of the people of Ukraine then?
Yes.
It's not by characterizing any part that dissents against the tyranny of somebody who wants to stay in office to perpetuity.
Sunday.
By calling them rioters and criminals.
Russian-speaking Ukrainians have a different interest than Western-speaking Ukrainians. The only
Western isn't a language, Haz.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. What the fuck does that mean? Western versus Russian-speaking Ukrainians.
Western Ukrainians, who are indeed different from Russian-speaking Ukrainians in the East, okay? They have different interests. In this case, one wants to be closer to Russia, one wants to be closer to Europe. The only reason why these...
So what?
The only reason why these Russian-speaking Ukrainians are not taking up arms and seceding is because they're following the law. And the same law which is established in the Ukrainian constitution. You claiming that Poroshenko beating protesters justifies his overthrow is irrelevant to the point, because it's not justified to the people who elected him.
Well, it does, because you're making specific recourse to a democratic principle to justify once again the incursion of a foreign power into Ukraine's territory.
Those people who are ass hurt about Poroshenko can live in their own state. They can't impose their will on the people of Eastern Ukraine who disagree with their sentiment.
Yeah, they can. Just like Russia can impose.
No, they can't. Well, they failed. That's the thing, Sunday. They fucking failed. They failed in doing that. That's why Russia.
Just to be clear, even running with your
you have the audacity to make an argument for might is right, and then bitch at me for supporting Russia. I'm unjust for supporting Russia.
You're on drugs. That's not healthy.
Are you on fucking drugs, dude?
Even running with your logic. That would entail that Russia invades and then stops at the Donbass, did it?
Russia never claimed to have any ambitions, quote unquote, for Ukraine.
Are you a simpleton? Do you believe whatever somebody?
Dude, why'd you cut me off? Maybe I was gonna say maybe there was a vital piece of my argument you just stopped everyone from hearing right now. Maybe that's the reason.
Maybe
there's a vital thing I was about to say. Maybe you
have some secret answer to.
No, maybe I didn't finish what I was going to say, which was Russia operating outside of the Donbass was defensive because Ukraine's military is getting replenished and coming from outside of the Donbass. So, yes, it's mainly defensive.
Do you think American colonialism in the Middle East is defensive?
I'm going to simplify this for you. Russia wants to defend the Donbass, and that's its main goal. Ukraine is coming.
It's defending a territory that only exists as a result of its incursion.
Did Churchill just want to conquer Germany?
It is defending. It is defending a front that it is established in the act of an invasion.
I'm sorry, dude. D-Day was unjustified because the Western Allies have no right to conquer and colonize Germany. It's not like they actually just wanted to remove the German aggressors that were coming from Germany and attacking them. No, that just means they have territorial.
What if they did though? What if they did though?
Dude, do you think America had territorial claims?
No. Yeah, well, just answer that question. What if they did?
What if who did?
What if the Americans really were just these selfless martyrs who just wanted to stop the Holocaust? What if they did?
What? The Americans didn't have territorial claims to Germany, is my point.
I know.
So what are you proposing? What counterfactual are you proposing?
Well, first of all, Germany invaded neighboring territories first. America was coming in defense of its allies.
Okay, so America can attack Germany and German soil without having territorial claims to Germany, right?
If Germany is attacking its allies and going beyond its borders to
well, Western Ukraine is going beyond its borders, according to Russia, and attacking the Donbass. So there you go.
Okay, so if the Nazis just decided to claim that Belgium by rights belonged to Germany, that would be sufficient for you to support the German invasion of Belgium.
Do the people of Belgium who are German now, apparently, and speak German and are Germans and identify as Germans agree with this sentiment?
Well, once they excise all of the gays and the Jews, I imagine there would be quite a consensus on that.
So you're now denying the right to the self-determination of the Belgian nation, claiming they have no such aspiration. That's interesting. But
you're very stupid, Haas.
Okay.
Are we talking? No,
I'm very stupid. Are the people of Belgium who are on their own accord mainly seceding from some higher power, constantly getting shelled and attacked all the time?
By Germany, they were.
Not by Germany, by France, let's say. Let's say Belgium is actually a German-speaking people, and they wanted to leave France and join Germany, and France is constantly attacking them, and Germany is trying to negotiate a peace in the form of the Minsk agreements, which France keeps fucking violating, and there's no end to the conflict, and a hostile coalition of people like NATO, for example, is using it as a pretext
that's first of all incorrect. As far as I am aware, the Minsk agreements were simply never honored, and a conflict that was initiated by Russia simply continued.
Why weren't the Minsk agreements slightly while they were being agreed upon? Why weren't the Minsk agreements honored?
Because Russia kept an invading force kept firing at Ukrainians, and Ukrainians kept firing at Russians. But here's the crucial point: within Ukraine's borders.
Let's evaluate the facts, Sunday. Why did the Ukrainian government ministers, I forgot the exact one, in as early as January of 2022, claim that they never wanted to sign Minsk in the first place, and they were forced to at gunpoint?
Because probably they didn't want to sign an agreement where they would stop firing on an invading force within their territory.
Don't blame Russia.
I am blaming Russia. They were invading Ukraine.
Shut up for a second.
Why the fuck would Ukraine sign an agreement to stop firing back on an invading force?
But you just said Minsk was never honored because of Russia, and that's not true. Minsk was never
honored. No. Minsk was predicated on a Russian invasion. It just really wasn't honored, period.
Sunday. So then just say you don't believe in the validity of Minsk then. Don't say Minsk, the peace process of Minsk, which Ukraine signed.
I never said I believed in whatever the fuck the validity of Minsk
You said it wasn't honored by Russia. That's a lie.
That doesn't mean I believe in its validity. It's kind of the opposite.
It was honored by Russia. No practical effect. It was honored by Russia. It was
Ukraine.
No,
it wasn't. All the sources show that both are firing upon themselves, and moreover, it wouldn't matter because once again, even if Russia, even if Russia did honor it, they would be honoring it while violating Ukrainian sovereign territory.
Here's why it does matter, Sunday. It does matter because not only, and this is not only what I'm going to say, Ukraine was party to that, but it does matter because Ukraine has.
Hang on, no, slow down. You gotta be particular. Party to what?
Party to what? Not only, so let me finish it first.
No, but you weren't making sense. You were referencing a thing that you haven't actually pointed to. No, I am making sense.
I'll explain it after I get my second point because
explain it first and then say the point.
This is the point I care about, and then I'll explain what I just said.
Okay, but I don't care about your point. So tell me that thing first. What were you referring to?
I said not only.
I'm happy for you, but
so ignore it for now. Not only was Ukraine a signatory, to Minsk, to a party to
an agreement with an invading power, yes.
You're constituting the Crimea as an invasion. Shut the fuck up. Second of all,
yes, I'm constituting the rolling in of tanks into Crimea, which was not in Russia's territory, as an invasion.
Hold on. But the problem is, Sunday, the problem is that Ukraine expressly claimed it had no intention of honoring Minsk. Why would Russia dishonor the Minsk agreements?
Why is Ukraine obligated to honor Minsk? Ukraine is being invaded.
Then say they don't want Minsk. That's fine. Don't say Russia was the one dishonoring the agreement because they weren't.
I said they both were. I said
Russia
it never
didn't do that.
No. I said Minsk was never honored by either. No, I said Minsk was never honored by either side. And the data actually shows this.
Okay, if Russia's the only one who wants Minsk, what reason does Russia fucking have to violate the Minsk agreements? Tell me that.
Because if Ukraine honors Minsk and Russia violates Minsk, then it's invasion into Ukraine is further abetted because Ukraine has let its guard down.
What? Hold on. Russia wants Minsk.
What is complicated about this?
Russia wants Minsk. Let's play
this out. Let's play this out for a second.
Yeah.
So if you're invading a country that is fighting back against you pretty effectively, would you not want them to stop for a brief period, to stop firing back, and to give you a minute to regroup
What
and then push forward
effective
again?
fighting was Ukraine doing against Russia from the period of 2014 to early 2022, just before the actual SMO?
The particulars evade me, but they must have been doing something right because they've managed to fight off a much larger force for a very long time.
They weren't. There was a lot of heavy bloodshed going on, and it was just chaos. There was
yet Ukraine still stands. This invasion has been.
I can't fathom how stupid what you just said was.
This invasion.
What do you mean
Ukraine has been going
stands?
on since This invasion has been going on since 2014.
Okay, 2022. There's an SMO. February 2022. Minsk, you're just not educated, apparently. The Minsk agreements are preceding the SMO. I hope you know that. The SMO didn't come from a month ago. Sorry, the Minsk agreements didn't come from a month ago. The Minsk agreements stem from the Ukrainian civil war, and it was mediated by Russia because Russia wanted peace between the Donbass regions and Ukraine. They wanted a tentative agreement in which Ukraine would stop fighting with people in Donbass, and they would just leave each other alone, according to the Minsk agreements.
No, because the people who were fighting in Donbass were also Russian soldiers.
Even if there was a Russian special operation, special forces there, the allegation.
No, Haas, that makes that the front. That makes that the front in an invasion. That's not a civil war anymore.
Nope.
That's a civil war being used as a human meat shield to defend an invasion.
You may not be that well read up on the Donetsk People's Republics and Lugansk People's Republics.
I'm not, and yet I seem to be doing fine. It's a little bit disturbing, actually.
I know people who've lived there, many people, okay?
Well, then may God have mercy on your soul. I'll talk to you on the 20th.
Yeah. Stop bitching out, dude. No, let's finish this. He ran away like a... On YouTube, not on Rumble. I can't believe this pussy. I can't believe this fucking pussy. He fucking ran away, okay? The people in the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics don't need Russian soldiers to come as the motivation for them to fight. Those are people, rank and file, people from the Donbass fighting on the front lines. If they're getting some hidden assistance by the Russian special forces, I've heard that allegation. It's never really been substantiated from what I've seen, but maybe there's some truth to it. I don't know. In the main, the fighting is being done by people from the Donbass, easily. Fucking bitch, ran away. What a fucking pussy. What a complete fucking pussy. Can't fucking believe this shit. I can't believe this shit. Oh, man. And we probably can't even finish this. So you guys want to do part 2 tomorrow? All right, let's just kind of finish this, right? Where we were... Okay, well, I'm going to wrap this up, probably, right? All right, basically, the universal state, TLDR, modern politics has this paradoxical contradiction between movement and order, okay? Hegel, okay, more or less, Hegel, fuck me. Piece of shit. Hegel elects to resolve this contradiction, the turmoil of the French Revolution in the universal state of constitutional monarchy. How does he resolve it? He resolves it in the form of the unity between the particular substantive reality and the universal state, such that its universality is no longer abstractly set against its real determinate content, but itself becomes the determinate representation. That is why Hegel is pro-monarchy. The monarch cannot be justified by any legal form. The monarch stands as the point of exception of the universal state, which represents its harmonious reconciliation with the prior and particular reality, people, civil society, etc. Okay. Okay. So for Hegel, universal state, unity of the particular and the universal as the resolution of modernity's contradiction. Marx rejects Hegel's solution. For Marx, the universal state of the modern is set against the real particular reality of the proletariat, the class of laborers. Thinks labor is the particular material reality which can only be united with the universal of human community via communism. Okay, that's Marx, by the way. But still, there's a conceptual use of this idea of a universal state. It's just Marx is more specific. So Hegel, monarchy.
We'd love
Marx,
a part 2 if you have more to say.
Okay. Thank you so much, ABC Minded. Monarchy. Hegel, universal class of civil servants. Marx, universal class, proletariat. That's an example, for example. Okay. Thank you so much, ABC Minded. I have to explain Kojève now, okay? Kojève. Hegelian universal state begins with the resolution of the slave dialectic. My hands are so fucking tired, holy shit. I'm trying to like speedrun this. The master-slave dialectic, begins with a something similar as Hobbes' war of all against all. Basically, two guys fight each other. One guy is stronger, the other guy weaker. The stronger guy beats the weaker guy. Now, the weaker guy can either fight to the death or submit to slavery. It's about proving your life. Whoever can prove they have balls and don't fear death wins. Okay? Proving your life is to earn recognition. If you can prove you have something to die for, can prove to the other, be recognized by the other as a fully constituted human subject. Someone who is worth something worth dying for, right? Okay. All right. So that's Kojève's idea of the universal state. Is the post-World War II international order, which is founded on universal human rights, or the universal recognition, freedom, and the unity, particular with the of the...
You're the goat for dealing with a jigsaw like that.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you taking on these cowards and educating us.
Okay. So, that's kind of like Kojev. And that's their resolution. Now, more or less, my critique of Kojev and Hegel. Universal state is not one state. The universal state is in reality the civilization state. It is a determinate universality based on specific civilization. Civilization states, not abstract, liberal, universal state, are the resolution of modern political antagonism. Okay. The partisan. Fuck, this is too much, right? Basic idea. Oh my god, it's like too much to dive into. I can't even speedrun this. Thank you so much, Mecca. Appreciate you. Partisan. Outside the political spectrum. Left wing because revolutionary change. Coded right wing because forcing modern order be adjust to the real telluric material order of real life. Changing the Overton window. Okay. Partisan is outside. Which, while unaligned with unipolar, is in fact aligned with a determinate civilizational polarity. Which retrocausally creates itself via the partisan irregular warrior. The political partisan resists the smooth continuum modern politics, representing and embodying the difference itself, rather than the ways copes with it. Partisan, greater emergence of the partisan empire, the determinate telluric land empires of lost Mongol modernity. Ultimate malign sovereignty as a polarity. Continue. Or determinate globality. Partisanship, partiality, polarity. Okay? The partisan entails in a direct it is anticipating the other America, whose history is parallel with the official one. MAGA is the other America. Under the nose of polarity. Oh man. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do the final conclusion. This is like too much, right? Final conclusion. A new Nazism will emerge similar to what we see in Ukraine. The political spectrum itself is shaped like a swastika. Ultimately, whether via DeSantis, Meghan Markle, or something else, leftism, which is the hegemonic ideology of modern politics itself, being the theory of political change. I didn't even get into this part. Becomes hegemonic after World War I, tandem with Rockefeller progressivism. The oil monopolies' reign comes to establish politics subject to permanent change and updating, and the modern universal state change becomes superfluous rather than revolutionary. Real revolutionaries come from the deep of the countryside, i.e. Mao or Khomeini, right? They, aka partisan politics. Okay? Fuck. Left wing just refers to objective orientation of political change. Leftism is the ideology of change, which does not correspond to real change, but in fact preserves because the changes that occur via Rockefeller progressivism are okay. Okay, we have to finish this another time. All right, this is too much. This is ridiculous. I can't fucking finish this. All right, guys. Fuck. What a fucked up thing. This stream was so fucked up, man. Oh my god. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. What is fucking 6-hour stream? Holy shit. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.